soul, overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good, coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me, rising up above, feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back, where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good, coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me, rising up above, feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good, coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me, rising up above, feels good. No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha Janita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. time we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, boy, who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us, boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the faith, got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough, now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around, confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang linos like Steph Curry. They Usain Jong and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hit it, it was destined. I train harder than a legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen, the sink, the toilet, the plumbing. I still come, I smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going. You been knowing I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron bomb. Yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
You while you put your jacket on and need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Boss lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kisses. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. Ay.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in the wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it, then it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, put in blood, sweat and tears. I die for this here, ball for life, that's for real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, standing on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
this forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and I end my life a brand new start. I can't walk away. I've never been this far. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take.
And I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. Nervous, watching. It's starting up again. Pulses racing. You're moving on ahead. Chasing the dream. Suddenly so far. Never meant to fall, but I lost you in the sound. Through it all, you're the constant that I found. Starting to believe it's love. Darkness makes the heart grow stronger.
Every damn time we love that intro. Welcome back to the LPL, where today We start from the bottom and rise to the top, as kind of usual. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Dagda, and we're going to be taking you through the full day of action while other regions are going on. We got to say, this is probably the place to be.
Definitely is the place to be. I mean, who doesn't want to watch the world champions, the region that takes double whammies when it comes to that world's place here today?
And the region that's going to win worlds again this year as well.
The threefer.
The three for three. It might even be back-to-back. Who knows? But going forward here in the LPL, we're going to catch you up because we have had 2 non-English broadcast days. It is a pleasure to be back with you here, running all the way until Wednesday. But on the Thursday, first of all, we have to talk about the best team in the world. V5 winning over BLG.
And the team that's going to win that third Worlds that we want for the LPL.
Yeah.
V5 looking good,
That's
managed
it.
to take down BLG once more, and they are really starting to step it up. So I think we got to keep our eyes on V5 to see where that's.
And even moving forward, I mean, the champions of spring have fallen a bit, but RNG rising once more.
I'm really happy to see RNG coming back into what should have been their expected form in spring, but looking good coming into summer.
I mean, there were so many expectations that RNG would, get to the top 3. Spring, it never happened. Summer is their chance. When we move on to Friday, this was yesterday. E-Stars over LNG, good signs for the team that made their first ever playoffs in 2020 spring.
Great signs for E-Stars. I was a little bit disappointed with LNG. I was hoping that they'd be able to keep that form going after just taking down FPX and JDG, but unfortunately not able to do it.
I mean, speak of the devil, they only just came over WE. That was a brutal match where FPX, we still got a lot of questions coming forward.
Yeah, a lot of questions towards a lot of our teams at the top of the table, but definitely FPX will be looking to step things up. But one team we don't have questions for is Top Esports, who are sitting pretty alongside LGD.
Hey, I mean, do we have questions for LGD? A few, but that's only because of recency and what we know about LGD in the past 5 years. But moving forward to undefeated teams that will be clashing today, V5 and RNG that are sitting head-to-head. And here we go, talking about it a little bit later. Dagda, first versus second. Interesting teams to sit in those positions.
Yeah, LGD. I mean, look, I had them in at 4th. I have high hopes for this team. I think the caliber of players deserve to be at least pushing into that playoff spot. We'll have to see how they will be tested against Top Esports later on today.
Well, we will be starting with DMO and OMG, but I am excited for that one a little bit later. This does feel like a warm-up into what could be one of the best matches of the split if LGD hit that caliber like Top Esports have been showing us. And OMG taking a game off them makes me think, okay, maybe Top Esports can be weakened. LGD going with only 2 individual game losses gets exciting as well. But Dagda, let's move forward because DMO and OMG will be our first series. But before we go into that, like many other regions, the LPL will be moving into 10.12. Now, this happened on a non-English day, but for all you English viewers, we want to update you and keep you in the loop because Summoner's Rift has changed a bit too much, and I don't like change. The Infernal Rift now puts bloody blast cones all over the map.
Yeah, I mean, it makes things a little bit more interesting. Maybe you can get a few
That's
nice
one word
escapes
for it.
off, but the Cloud Rift is the interesting one for me. Having that Scryer Bloom right outside your base gate means you can check for vision, you can check for any traps that are being set up. As you start to move into Baron or into Dragon, especially if you're behind in the game, they can prove pretty useful.
I think always like enhancing vision control and things like that always enhances the gameplay, right? So that's a real positive change with the Cloud Rift. And of course, that's only Infernal and Cloud. Anything else has been nothing added just now. But talking forward, the 80 carries have been changed, starting with Varus. Maybe this takes him out of 100% pick, ban, or presence in the LPL.
No, it won't.
You don't reckon?
I mean, he's still 100% banned in the LPL. He got through once I saw an LEC and went like 6-0 for Fnatic's Reckless. So I don't think very much is going to change. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with Senna. So when Senna got buffed here coming into this patch, she went from 1.67% on her minion for drop rate, where her souls for minions that Senna kills, to 8.33%. To give you an idea of how big a buff this was, on patch 9.24, where she was pick or ban, her soul drop rate was 5.55%. So she's gone higher than she was previously. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more Senna come back into the meta.
Super curious because we've seen her as a support, and also talking about that yesterday, LWX did pick it up with Glacial Augment. In other leagues we've seen, and MSC, don't forget, Grasp of the Undying with the bigger Frozen Mallet.
And one of the interesting things as well is that Black Cleaver build that we saw LWX go for. Also Q also procs all 6 stacks of the Black
Shout
Cleaver.
out to Shakarez.
That's why, Shakarez was the guy who pointed that out on Twitter. So big shout outs to him. But that's a very interesting build that we might see a little bit.
But let's move forward because Guardian also, we're going to talk about the runes that have changed. Guardian now for the Bard aficionados. That is a big bubble. You no longer have to stand on top of someone to actually get that shield.
Yeah, there's two nice changes here. So the tether range has gone from 175 to 350, so a larger range.
Okay.
But also the trigger condition has changed. So it's gone from any sort of damage at all to 90 to 250 post-mitigation damage, which is a really big change because it's really frustrating, especially if you're trying to give leashes to your jungler at the start of the game and you end up accidentally proccing it, or you end up going in and you get a couple of a short auto attack trade and suddenly your Guardian is gone. This is now a massive change that can really influence how these Guardian supports like Tam Kench, like Bard, can come back into the meta.
That's also really telling of like what camp you're starting as well. Like, did you actually leash or are you faking a leash? There's no Guardian available, etc., etc. Finally, Predator there. At the start of the game, Dagda, I want to see boots start. I want to see some cheese here from our level 1s, level 2.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Look, I think the problem with Predator at the moment is that even though it's super strong, the junglers that use it aren't particularly strong at the moment, the likes of Gragas, but we may see it towards some of these mid laners. We've seen a couple of Predator Rumbos, a couple of Predator Gallios, and these could have big influences on just how much they can influence the map with this buff.
If you got anything to add here, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to tweet at Dagdacast. We'll have a big old conversation with you for that. It is patch 10.12. Again, moved into it yesterday. First time you're seeing it here on the English broadcast. LCS and LCK, I believe, is on it right now as they're going, as well as LEC overnight. It is late when the LEC comes on here in Shanghai, but moving forward, let's talk about this series because OMG and DMO, bottom of the barrel. It has been a mega rough start for these two teams in the LPL, and I have to say with DMO, maybe expectations were there, but OMG have absolutely flubbed up.
Yeah, we kind of were joking about it behind the scenes. It feels more like dominate us versus oh my god, what are they doing? Because every time I'm looking at Dominos, who have not been able to really get themselves rolling. They had Helper and Mitsuki who were struggling in that bottom side of the map. Natural as well on that top side was a big issue for them where he wasn't able to get rolling like he did last split on these champions like Camille or these big split pushers. And we look at OMG and I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on here. SMLZ constantly getting caught out. It's super messy.
Let's go into the positives, though, and see how they can pull up a win, right? Because OMG, it is about Hacker here and the positivity behind this jungler coming into this roster. Hacker has been, well, you called him the engine that could.
Yeah, because he's been the driving force from the jungler. And oftentimes, in the 1 wins that they picked up in their series, he has been the savior. If you look at their Olaf against V5, he was the one commanding the jungle position. When we look at his Lee Sin against Top Esports, it was his kick onto Jackie Love that brought back that game from the brink to give them the victory.
Which is good to see, right? Because when he came into Suning, we're like, hey, Hacker's part of the super team of 2019 spring. The fans will remember the expectations on this jungler who fell flat. Now coming into OMG when they need him the most, he's there. Maybe the hero that they well, not that they deserve, but that they need.
I mean, look, they definitely need it, and I think the way the Hacker is able to play down towards this bottom side, which is why you're seeing most of our clips are based towards this bottom lane, is this is where he likes to focus, this is who he likes to try and get rolling in SMLZ, and if this is going to be a match where they're evenly going, well, it has to be towards that bottom lane where we're looking at Hacker.
I have been told, Dagda, though, we are moving into Big Bang. We were going to have a chat about Twyla here being the hope, and also the new players on DMO. We got caught away with patch, remember, it's patch 10.12, folks, so we are moving into a potentially new meta, but here in the LPL, things do stay the same. Varus is still up there. You got a couple of jungle bans from OMG as well, but Dagda, just quickly note the 2 new members. It's Chalitza and Shubin coming up from DMO Young here starting in Game 1.
Yeah, I think Shubin is going to be super interesting. He was the other bottom laner that was on DMO Youth alongside Helper, so they're giving Shubin a chance now. And Chalitza as well used to play on Vici Gaming, but we'll have to see what he can do here now for DMO.
While we are seeing the standard pick and bans, gives us a chance to just quickly talk. Chalitza was that top laner who came through on Vici and didn't perform so well, got replaced by Cube. Shubin, of course, has been in the LSPL since 2016 and actually played on Game Talents with the roster that had Gimgoon and Republic. Jordan's a big fan of Republic, actually coached him. But moving into pick ban, while we do change things up, we see the Callista locked on in now. Rotation of AD carry with Ezreal available and Aphelios. That's different.
So I like the Callista here. So OMG basically saying, look, we believe we can just win out in this early game and start the snowball. You've got the set here that more than likely going down to Cold as a support. That's where the LPL has been playing it, but definitely a flex can go to Icon, can go to Hacker, can go to Curse. So you just leave a lot of options open with this set pick. Well, on the opposite side, Syndra, again, you do have a little bit of flexibility there. Could go down towards the bottom lane, but more than likely towards Twilight, this mid lane. No real bad picks for the Syndra, which is why she's so often prioritized over the draft.
And when you see a Aphelios getting picked right after it, I mean, that's big. We're not even going to look towards the Ezreal this game. So, smack that one down. Please, DMO. While we know this is OP. There we go. But pairing with it is going to be the question, because Shubin and Mitsuki, this is their debut together in the LPL.
And I want to see now how this bottom lane switches up as a result of Shubin and Mitsuki. So a lot of problems in lane when it was Helper in that bottom side. So this will be a new change, and I'm hoping for new things out of this bottom lane. Thresh, though, is there to support the Aphelios, so definitely trying to add that mobility to this Aphelios in case Shubin has a bit of issues.
But on OMG, this is the point we talked about where Hacker was a facilitator. Hacker was the engine that you named it nicely, Dagda. And with the Lee Sin, again, the playmaking jungle that OMG need.
And I'm curious to see now what he will go for. We've seen the Olafs, we've seen the Lee Sins, and the Lee Sin has definitely been one that has had that playmaking opportunity to turn that game against top esports around, catching out Jackie Love with that lovely play. So there we go, going to go back towards it here. And again, doubling down on this early game aggression that OMG are seeing from right now.
Which is why I like that the challenge of Graves taken off the board immediately. We've now got 2, 3, 4 junglers actually taken off in total in this ban phase.
And the thing about Hacker is we actually saw him fall behind to a Graves before.
Yep.
It was in the game against top esports where they all invaded. He ends up falling super far behind, but he actually did a really good job of pathing correctly, picking up a few ganks, getting some early jungle camps as well that he really shouldn't have been able to grab. So I'm always impressed with Hacker and his ability to play into some of these poorer matchups, but at least removing some of these will give him even more influence in this
Needs to
match.
stand over Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, who in the past has been a pretty aggressive jungler himself. He doesn't have the option of going towards the Graves we mentioned earlier, while DMO starting to take away that mid lane champion pool. Icon has demanded 3 out of the 4 bans from Dominus already, while OMG have banned 4 junglers in a row.
Yeah, you're going way down the list here for Xiaopeng, especially when Xiaopeng has been struggling a little bit with the jungle rooting and also when it comes to certain matchups.
Yep.
Having this much pressure towards Xiaopeng can really put a wrench into the works for DMO's plans. And now, though, you're looking at, well, what does Icon want to go for? Because with this Syndra, a lot of those worse for wear picks that she has in the Echo and in that Akali are now taken off the board.
So, you mentioned the Akali being the final ban. There's, again, a lot of focus. It's like both teams agree that jungle and mid will not play the game, while for Icon, I don't look at Icon mid and say he is an Azir player. We normally see something like the Cassiopeia instead.
I do agree, but last year Icon had a really high win rate on this Azir. He
That
was
he did.
73, 76%. So I think looking at this, you've now got this little bit of a late game insurance where you can use this Azir. He can have a decent time against the Syndra in lane. And if you're looking towards, or at least worried about something like a Wukong being picked up here for DMO, you've got this reset button with the Emperor's Divide to just shove everyone on DMO back a bit, buy a little bit of time for your backline, and see then if you can have that winning fight that you need.
Kind of shows you the all-in that's building up from OMG. We will talk about compositions in a second. I need to pause because the junglers that have been taken away means first Sejuani of Summer rising to Xiaopeng.
So DMO here have a really good front-to-back team fight. You're going to have 2 big beaty engage tools in the likes of the Wukong and the Sejuani. You've got Thresh here to play keep away for both Twilight and Shubin. So I like the composition that DMO have right now. It'll be just a case of if they're able to pilot it successfully against some of these Emperor's Divide, some of the all-in potential that Set can offer, in particular picking up the likes of Xiaopeng and dropping them on the heads of Twilight and Shubin.
Because there is quite a lot of lockdown for DMO. You compare the Syndra, you look at the Wukong, the pick potential that can come through with the Thresh as well. While for OMG, they're built from mid to now late with 2 side laners, or should I say 2 solo laners that develop very heavily in the 1-4.
I want to see how SMLZ can control this bottom side of the map and get rolling in this Callista, because you need to get off to a good footing, because if you're starting to fall behind, or if he's lacking confidence like we've seen in a couple of these previous fights, or at least in the previous series, he hasn't been the one who's going in, he hasn't been positioning properly, and I want to make sure that on this Callista against the Sejuani and a Wukong, that he is going in aggressive, he is setting himself up, because otherwise he's setting himself up for failure.
I just love you bringing up that point, because immediately I think, oh no, you're talking about SMLZ not getting caught out, playing consistently. His whole problem through summer already is that SMLZ is in a place where he shouldn't be. Walking blindly into the side of the map where his team isn't, or where there's no vision control whatsoever. The problem with SMLZ is that inconsistency. If you want to see a consistent game in game one, well, against his team comp, it is going to be a hard ask.
And when we look over at DMO, it feels nerdy like we're going back to the old Sino Dragon style. So they brought in Chalitza, and I know at least when he was playing in 2019 for Vici, he did play a lot of Kennen, he was playing more of these carry top laners, but historically, and when you look at what he's been playing in LDL at the moment and his previous past in LDL, he's been more tending towards these tanks. His most played in the LDL Spring has been the Maokai, his most played in his career has been the Scion. It feels like we're starting to get the Sino Dragon sword and shield style back, and this is exactly what this composition is. You've got this two big beefcakes in the front line, a lot of CC, you've got a late game damage carry for your AD carry, and you've got Twyla back onto something like a Syndra, a control mage where he just flourishes.
A lot of space to be provided by DMO. Welcome to game one, welcome to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have the volley bear, the fiddlesticks here in game one. I know you've been watching the LCS or the LEC. I'm not sure what's going on in the LCK right now, but you can expect to see that eventually, when maybe they don't think it's so garbage. I gotta be honest, kind of glad not to see it. I'm not a fan. Volley Bear's building on me, but I want old Fiddle back, man.
Look, you're a Fiddle main, or at least you were a Fiddle main. Of course you're gonna be upset.
New one's put in the bin for me, to be quite honest.
The shoe bin?
Oh, the shoe bin. It's been put in the shoe bin. Welcome to the Rift. Again, ladies and gentlemen, just remember that shoe bin has come in over Helper, who was having trouble with Mitsuki. I'm going to pause before we go down history lane, because the invade coming through is going to spot Mitsuki, but also spotting the rest of OMG.
It's invaded on the opposite side, though, so DMO reading this very well, that, look, Xiaopeng, you're going to be in a bad matchup here. You don't clear very quickly as this Sejuani, so having that little bit of a pre-notion that maybe Hacker wants to try and get an invade here, they will manage to match it, which means now Curse, who's in this really good matchup as the Mordekaiser, won't be able to go as aggressive, because you've now got a split map where you have to be worried about Xiaopeng coming in topside at any point in time.
And be careful if I'm Icon as well. He's pushed out in this lane early on. Twyla does get some trade down with the Comet Syndra as Mitsuki and Shubin committing to stopping Hacker through Krugs. Half the camp will be taken. Shubin clears out some of his own, then returns to lane. So slowing down the tempo of Hacker, interrupting a little bit, while for Xiaopeng, he's had a pretty easy start in this top side.
Yeah, he's going to have a great start. You can even see here Curse understanding that, look, this Sejuani's going to be up here, so he's being pushed in. He's not trying to trade aggressively against Chalitza. Yeah, ends up getting traded on pretty aggressively by Chalitza, which good start at least for this Wukong, because realistically, when you get towards, you know, the level 4 or 5s, this is really where Mordekaiser just dominates this lane, and Chalitza shouldn't be able to put that much damage onto Mordekaiser right now.
If you die before getting there, well then that's just an easy win, isn't it? As Hacker's going back towards the bottom side, will be spotted out by some good warding from the bottom lane of Dominus. That means Hacker sitting here with a massive wave coming in. Could go for the dive, 2 versus 3. The face breaker with the flash. Immediately the Haymaker absorbs the shield, and they're out of there. First blood goes over to Hacker. Chalitza teleports in. OMG, nicely done.
Really well played by OMG, especially when you're only level 2 for your bottom lane. The fact you've got this Haymaker that can absorb so much damage is amazing. They play around it perfectly. Now you got Cold, who's unlocked from this bottom lane, looking to try and make a repeat.
And he's got Hex Flash.
Yeah.
He's got Face Breaker. He's over the wall. Twyla just like, what the heck happened? A really good scat of the week, though. And a weird interaction, but he survives.
And this is why we wanted to highlight Twyla. He's been the most consistent member for DMO. His control mages have been nearly capable of turning around some of their games within their series.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they haven't been able to pick up that victory. But his Cassiope against V5 was super strong. His Zillion, as always, has been looking good. And we're starting to see the Syndra pick creep in a little bit more for him. You can see he's still looking really good on this.
He is, but I will say the flash was burnt at the cost of a Hex Flash from Cold. So a very worthwhile trade, a summoner that can be abused with Hacker, who still has his available and who picked up First Blood. Note where this Lee Sin's going, because back to his own blue buff, still on the vertical side of the map. While for Xiaopeng, he's up towards the top side of the map. Right now, clearing away his Krug. So we're getting back to a bit of normality. Depends on where we go from here and how the map gets split from now on.
So what I'd love to see Xiaopeng do is if he could go towards his bottom side here, but honestly, OMG completely control bottom side of the map right now. You can see how much control Cold has already put in here. I'd love to see him actually clear these wolves and potentially go back towards top side. There's a massive wave that's about to crash in for Chalitza, and there's an opportunity for you to set up a freeze for Chalitza, which you would love to do because of how poor this matchup is. But as I say that, Chalitza's doing a great job of just winning outright in this match. So he's already got a pretty sizable CS lead for himself.
10 CS lead, but also notice in the bottom side it is traded off by SMLZ, who's got 20 CS after that dive on Shubin and Mitsuki. A big old welcome to the LPL. He's 2 levels behind. And Cold has been roaming through that freedom. So for OMG's bottom lane, a lot of early strength provided. And DMO still under pressure down here.
And this is what we wanted to see OMG exploit, is this bottom lane. It has been the weak point for DMO when it was Helper and Mitsuki, with Helper and Mitsuki both end up gifting over kills with really weird position in lane. Helper with horrific position in team fights against LGD, where he just walks in face first to Shie's Kassadin as Ashe. So we'll have to see if Shubin's going to do a little bit better, but unfortunately, too much pressure already has set them behind.
I mean, yeah, it's not a good start here for the replacement AD carry, but it is only game 1 while Hacker is positioned in mid lane. Good scatter of the week. Twyla has the unleashed power. Safeguard saves his life. Sonic Wave resonating strike. Forward Twyla goes. He just wants the trade, but it was one hit away while the solo, rather not solo kill, top side for DMO gets 1 on the board for them. And that was way too close for Twyla.
It was very close for Twyla, but it was that greed. It was that belief he could maybe get the solo kill. Wasn't able to get it though, and it means that at that stage, well, there's all she wrote for Twyla. Good attempt though, and you can see Icon a little bit too far forward in that play, ends up burning his own flash. And this is something that we have been looking at from OMG, is their carries, just those slight misplays, not reading just how much damage can be put back and turned around.
But let's talk about the hero of this early game is Hacker. Shadowing the mid lane. We're going to look towards the other hero on Dominus with Xiaopeng. Oh, baby. That was nice.
That was sick from Xiaopeng. Manages to get out of tower range as well before he goes too low. So, but I do agree. This is why we highlighted Hacker. This is the driving force from the jungle that OMG have been relying on. And once again, he's getting across the map. He's setting up plays on the bottom side. He's getting in towards mid lane. And this is where I think if OMG are going to keep this snowball rolling, it has to be from his hands.
He's already got 2 kills. His Hex Flash from Cold. He wants in once again. Shubin and Mitsuki are paying respect, still down a massive amount of CS, but as we saw in that top side, there's a lead there for Chalitza. A kill goes over to the Wukong, who's 10 CS up himself, and Curse is just trying to stay alive in this lane, now picking up Scuttle to recover some of the gold missed out on.
I'm really impressed with Chalitza.
Oh my
this
God.
Is not a good matchup for the Wukong. It's why you picked the Mordekaiser into him.
Sorry, is that Scuttle going to die? I think it finally,
no.
good. It didn't reset in time.
He's thinking like a jungler. So as a jungler, you've got that little bit of extra burn that'll tick down and kill it off of the item. But not playing jungle this time around. Curse is finding himself a little bit of a tricky situation. Said 10 CS down in this winning matchup, but losing.
But that's a great death sentence. Cold's going to take a bit of a turret shot, but the trade back, Cassette has bonkers damage as a support. And it turns out to be even, but Cold with HP regen is going to be favorable.
Look at the roam down, though. You've got Twyla and Xiaopeng, at least considering it for a second. Now we'll back away, have this glacial... Xiaopeng, you're not in the bush. I don't know if he might get spotted by Icon.
Maybe his bottom is. I think his butt is.
Is he?
Yeah, the boar's butt is in the bush.
Okay.
So we're good.
I'm sorry.
Do you call it the bush? Like back where you're from? Because like we don't call forest, we call it the bush.
Well, it is a bush. It's not exactly a forest.
Well, they call it brush, right? But
it'd be a bush.
Yeah. Like, have you ever called the jungle the forest?
We don't really have jungles in Ireland. We're not exactly like that sort of climate.
What do you have over there?
We have forests and we have woods. Like we've got like small collections of trees, and that's your wood, and then obviously you got like bigger stuff. But
so what I'm learning is you've got wood. Well, interesting place in Ireland.
Definitely do. We all most places would have wood.
Sir, PP God's not even playing, and we're already getting down into this. Move forward, because in this game, look, it has been a considerably faster early game than maybe we're expecting here. 3 kills going down at 9 minutes, while Xiaopeng is setting up for the kill onto Curse once again. Curse was set behind a little bit earlier. They want to continue doing so.
And Hacker does a good job here of being able to pick up the Rift Herald, so not actually taking too much out of his time, because Xiaopeng has that little bit of a slower clear. He's not going to be able to contest it as well, and does find an opportunity when Curse is pushing in to steal that one away. So now he gets the chance to run down towards his bottom lane, try and solidify either SMLZ with a little bit of gold, or even towards Icon in this mid lane wouldn't be the worst call.
Sitting right now about 5 CS behind. You can see Icon has gone back as Mercury trades nice and early with the blue buff available. And you're talking about the Rift Herald there. Not going to be backing with it just for now. Going back to his own jungle is Hacker, who had a bit of a lead himself, while Shubin and Mitsuki are sick of losing out in this lane. Going to be picking up the Krugs, walking back as I believe there's a freeze going on right now. Yeah. OMG's bottom lane just waiting for them to come in, and this is very nicely done. But slowly pushing back.
OMG won't be able to do very much with this. I was looking to see if they were starting to set up a play to collapse in on this big push, although as I say that, Hacker actually pathing potentially back down towards bot side, which is not quite where his camps are going to spawn. They will be spawning on top side, so maybe they're looking here to shove in the wave with Icon and then move back down, but unfortunately that wave has already collapsed too quick.
I think also Hacker was looking at helping for the shadow gang, because Xiaopeng gets spotted out clearing through mid, now looking for a dive towards the bottom lane. But this bottom lane is quite massive, as Glacial Prison is now available. Spotted out on the control ward, and Twyla goes back to lane. Oh, hang on, Death Realm. Who wins this now? Chalitza, good dodge away. Hacker's going to be coming in though, and as Chalitza comes out, Cyclone is going to be getting the knock-up on Lee Sin as well. Flush away as soon as he knows there's more people there. But Chalitza will eventually escape and leave the turret, while the trade towards the bottom side not going to be as quick, because there's no Rift Herald for DMO.
I like the confidence here from Cold and SMLZ though. Usually you'd try and back away, you'd be a little bit cautious, but they're like, hey look, we can clear this wave nice and quickly. We don't have to worry too much about the dive, because we've got so much tank and so much CC that can come through, and even the aggro reset with the Fate's Call.
But is this smart from Chalitza? Clone going to be pulled on in instead of him. Rift Herald going to get the charge. He tried to defend it. Hacker flashes. In he goes once again. Messy dive from OMG. We've been praising them. But now with Icon on the rim. No further dive. That was interesting. Rift Herald is going to be taken down as well, while DMO's bottom lane starts this one up. Teleport towards the bottom side. Xiaopeng out of the back of the pit. And Icon may have just helped secure this one, or at least start the fight.
Well, look at Hacker. He's only moving through mid lane right now, so no jungler here. But the crucial thing, even though Hacker burnt the flash, he still has the kick. So DMO do have to be careful about where they position here in case Hacker can get a nice insect play.
Also, at the very least, Ren towards this dragon going to make it a piece of cake. But the steal with the Dark Passage out, that should never happen with a Callista and a smite on Lee Sin.
And the beautiful thing here is that for DMO, who are trying to push back when this third dragon is going to spawn, stealing away a dragon like that just gives them a bit more time for Shubin to get up towards his items. And SMLZ now won't find these fights where he can really prioritize his strengths in the early game.
That was ridiculous that Xiaopeng got that, but nicely done at the end of the day. And so small wins across the board that you will count on a little bit later, because OMG at this point, a bit over a 1k gold lead. That dragon would have helped them get towards this Infernal Rift. They already had the Cloud in their back pocket as well. An Infernal Rift on someone like a Callista at the Lee Sin, with the way this game's gone, would have been very nice. So one more extra dragon to go, and DMO counting on it here as they're heading towards their first items. And with that time you talked about, Dagda, we should be seeing those first items pretty much soon.
Going to be looking to see when this first turret goes down as well. I'm surprised to see the Rift Herald used up in this top side.
Oh, no.
I mean, Curse isn't really going to be your main carry in any of these fights. His real job here is just to try and stop either Chalitza entering the back line or Xiaopeng. And in the very odd chance he gets onto Shubin, chances are he's going to pick up a QSS. So I would have preferred to see Icon and SMLZ move forward or with that gold, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. So OMG again. Curious decision making when it comes to this early game.
We're just having a look where you're talking there at the blast cones added. Remember, we talked about this before show. They're everywhere now. It's an Infernal Rift, so people are going to be popping over left, right, and center.
It does help you escape in a lot of situations. Like we had that one play, we We remember the games we were having the other day and managed to get just out because you end up in this like blast cone center where you just hop from cone to cone to cone and end up running away. Especially if you're Bard, it gets a little bit ridiculous, but yeah, it can be pretty helpful in getting out of some dicey situations.
A lot of fun as well if you like that kind of thing. Rift Herald's going to be up in a minute though. The second one, the first was given over towards the top side for a bit of extra turret plating gold, but now that's not available. And now you can see the priorities shifting top side for DMO. While OMG's bottom lane, this turret still stays standing, but not for very much longer, and a bit more gold for SMLZ and Cold, who already snowballed the hell out of their lane. It's going to be helpful for OMG.
Yeah, they want to pick up this turret ASAP and then try and move up towards the Rift Herald, but they'll be a little bit late to the party, so might be an opportunity for DMO to pick that one up for themselves. You've already got Shubin and Mitsuki positioned in this mid lane.
They have to be careful. Emperor's Divide now hits a level 2 mark. I guess we didn't talk about it in the early game, but I just noticed Icon has gone for Halo Blades. I was so used to seeing it in spring that I didn't bat an eye, but Halo Blades has lost popularity, but apparently not for Icon. While Rift Herald starts up here on the top side, meanwhile, going down pretty fast, and Cold wants to go on in. He flashes in for the double face breaker, but no one's there from OMG until Curse joins the fight. The steal is taken away as Hacker will secure, but he hasn't picked up the eye. He walked over it, and now he's left.
Keep your eyes, though, on Curse, try to see if he can get in here.
Cold tried to get it. Oh, no. The flash forward responded by SMLZ, and Hacker was doing so well until he could have just walked back. He was there. So many teams have done this. You need to pay attention.
And that's a pretty big error coming through from OMG. Not only because, obviously, they didn't pick up the Rift Herald, but this is where they would have liked to try and fight. They end up leaving SMLZ for so long down in the bottom lane that they weren't able to get in time while DMO were still in the pit. So DMO pick up a kill. They stop the Rift Herald going over, which stops the acceleration of OMG. And now they're in a reasonably good spot.
You talked about the setup here, especially for DMO. I mean, their composition wants to give space to Twyla and Shubin. Well, Gold has been caught up at this point as well. And DMO heading towards that hefty mid game with Luden's Echo now picked up Black Cleaver for the Wukong, who has a lead in Chalitza with his debut game back in 2020. First item should be coming for Shubin as well pretty soon. So good story here for DMO after they got bullied pretty hard earlier in the game.
So the thing is, they get that second attempt, though. Dragon is in 30 seconds.
Okay.
It is an Inferno, so teams tend to get a little bit more aggressive towards it. Maybe we'll see DMO try and make something happen, but for OMG, this should be a one-and-done situation. Pick up this Dragon, move on towards the next one, and see if you can start to crack open a few more turrets as you progress on into this game.
Because SMLZ still 40 CS ahead of his counterpart. You can see mid, there's a Nash's Tooth sitting there, built with a blasting one in hand. So these first items were picked up a while ago for these players as OMG. It's going to be a good dodge from Cold, who only has the Hex Flash available. And for DMO, the Dragon now there, but mid priority given over to OMG. Trying to look for a pick in between Mitsuki.
I'd be surprised to see DMO try and make anything happen here, because Curse does have his teleport. You can see how far back to where
But they can do the Dark Passage play again.
Oh,
Xiaopeng Arctic
no.
Assault. Are you ready? Round 2. At 2K, there's vision there. Xiaopeng wants to jump on in. Smite was early, but he doesn't do it this time around. And Dragon's given over to OMG and the top side turret at the same time.
Yeah, the Dragon does go over to OMG. They did smite early because they had the rend from SMLZ, and then Curse was able to get that top tower as Chalitza was a bit worried about, okay, OMG, maybe don't commit towards this Dragon early. They send someone top, they get the kill on Chalitza, and then they get the tower as well. But right now, OMG are in a great situation. They can now look to open up this mid lane turret. They've got 2 teleports available in Curse and Icon, so shove in these side lanes, then see if you can move over towards mid. You've got a big Emperor's Divide that can shove any defenders out from underneath that turret.
I haven't really seen it from Icon yet, so I'm waiting for that one. Also noticed before that we had a highlight on SMLZ. SMLZ, 10.2 CS a minute here in this first game. It's 18 minutes in. He's at 182.
I just want to go back to Icon, though, because the last slide glide we saw from him, actually, hold on to this point.
Yeah, you got a Death Realm. 3 people are here. Unleash Power doesn't even tickle Curse. Good scat of the week, but here comes the Cavalry. What? Yeah, Shurima's shuffle, flash away from Twyla. Hacker kicks him into the wall. They will recover the play, but Hacker definitely playing the blind mug.
A little bit of a fumble there, but SMLZ now in trouble as Xiaopeng looking to make the play.
By himself, the Glacial Prison locks on easily. The target there, great death sentence, it'll be exactly that. SMLZ doing what he does as usual. As Mitsuki and Shubin have been TP'd on. Cole comes in with an X-Flash, makes it land, the Death Grasp, and Shubin will be the first maker, as Mitsuki an easy second with nowhere to go. Cole to pick up the kill, and after SMLZ makes the mistake, DMO give it right back.
And there's the power of this double TP where they can join in so quickly. Now with 3 members here, they should be able to get this tower.
Xiaopeng's walking up to the turret. TP's going to be used. He's tanky enough at this point, and they do manage to defend with the help of Twyla.
Yeah, Curse is going down to this bottom side to pick up the wave. Chalitza pushed in, so OMG are moving back and forth, trying to see if they can answer for DMO, but the problem is, again, you're seeing the likes of SMLZ caught out here. No reason to be. Like, at any point in time, how is this going to work out? But then you see the rest of OMG do collapse, so they're able to turn the double kill around. So it's a net win when all is said and done to OMG, but it still hurts a little bit to watch just how poorly this, or how poorly it went when it should have gone better.
TP was ready to go. The rest of the team are on their way.
I just want to go back, though, to that. The last time we saw Icon use that all swoop and boop was against Top Esports, where he did it the completely wrong way.
Oh, no.
And the thing, if you remember from Spring, he did this Flash Cassiopeia ult, which he also placed the wrong way.
Oh, yeah,
so I'm hoping
right.
that Icon basically has one of these scenarios each split where he just goes completely wrong and then just gets it out of his system and continues forward. So I'll have to see as we start to move on if Icon can correct some of these missteps that he's had in the past.
The crazy thing is, I've always seen Icon as like, I don't want to call him an outright coin flip player because I don't think he's the likes of maybe LGD Yuki, right?
Yeah.
But he has these periods of time where he has really high highs and then he'll drop all the way off a cliff. Like Spring, for example, Icon had a really good split. Then they got towards the end of the regular season and everything kind of went awry. And I think that was communication between OMG. You could see the shot calling was all over the place. Here in Summer, it has again been all over the place, sitting at 0-4. And Dominus 0-3. But the difference is OMG picked up individual games. So looking for them here in game 1.
As you're talking about him, he nearly messed up there. Didn't manage to glide over the wall and nearly got caught out.
I didn't want to, I'm like, acknowledge exactly what we're talking about. Now sitting in a side lane, you talked about the shove potential here from the Azir. As Twyla's on his way, the swoop and boop into the wall, over the wall, but who's going to hit him? Now Icon has to flash away. The rest of the team's coming in, but Mitsuki with the flash himself lands onto Hacker, the box set up with the Flay, and Aphelios makes his presence known with Shubin looking for his kill. Over the wall, Hacker will escape until it is given a shutdown to Shubin here in his game 1.
There's a chance that DMO just turned towards Baron. You've got an Aphelios, you've got a Chalitza on this Wukong. You have enough damage to finish this.
And they begin, because OMG should not have been there. And here we go. As Cold is level 9. Twyla on the back end. He doesn't need much health if he gets out of the weak, which misses. Remember, Death Realm available. Good death sentence. He's going to be using here into the back line. Cold takes the ulti there. Golden just in the nick of time for Mitsuki. They turn on to Twyla. SMLZ has free range of fire here. Darting all over the place. On top of him, DMO will jump. And that's a perfect play as OMG are left in a 2 versus 2. The flash forward from Curse, who's pretty much won this fight. The Death Grasp Golden, but here comes the rest of OMG. On top of him, they stand. Xiaopeng will die with Cold getting launched on as well. And Chalitza has to flash away. That was by no means from any team a good fight, but it is still a win by OMG.
OMG managed to collapse onto DMO, and DMO moved into the pit, which makes it a lot more difficult for them to try and escape, and means that OMG now, they pick up the fight, they stop the Baron, they get that pesky mid lane turret, which has been such a nuisance for them, because when you look at their comp, it's a little bit difficult for SMLZ to try and knock that down, and you want Icon to try and clear these side waves.
This is so long ago.
Yeah, I know. Icon tries to make the play, ends up pushing Icon into safety over that wall, which was a bit unfortunate. And then Mitsuki here, fantastic flash hook, and they're able to turn this play back in their favor.
It was nice by Twyla as well. We just saw on the back end, scatter the weak from over the wall. And for DMO, that was their chance for Baron, but we're not going to see the other play, which was the mess around the Baron. But I will say, after that, Curse, he picked up so many kills in the pit. He's now 4-1-2. Big Mordekaiser, who earlier in the game was bullied out by Chalitza and Xiaopeng.
And I don't know how he's managed to come back so effectively. There's been all these kills gifted over to him. I honestly, when I was looking at him in lane, he missed a whole bunch of these obliterates. The lane was going heavily in favor of Chalitza. I was like, great, this Wukong's going to be monstrous, but it has been Curse who's had a far bigger impact.
I mean, Curse now sitting levels with the Wukong as well, sitting 10 CS up. over Chalitza on that Wukong. And he's got 2.5 items. We've got 2 items in the mid lane for OMG, 2 items in that bottom lane for SMLZ. Last fight, I don't believe he had the Renans, which would have made a huge difference in that small pit. But also note, after that fight, Baron was not taken down, so it's still sitting there.
I'm surprised to see the Black Cleaver build coming in from Chalitza as well. I would have preferred the Triforce in this situation. There's not like there's many tanks on the side of OMG. Like, yes, you can go towards a bit on the Mordekaiser, but it's not going to be the end of the world if you don't go towards that. So I think the Triforce could have done a lot more work for them, especially in taking down the likes of Icon or SMLZ, where Chalitza does get access to the map.
I will say my positivity towards the QSS, though, is quite a lot going up against the Mordekaiser. Expect to see it in some inventories of others, like Twyla and Shubin, but Banshee's Veil there is a pain to deal with for Curse too. So there are measures taken against the Death Realm. As DMO re-established control around this Baron. We're 25 minutes in. OMG have a gold lead. They have mid-prior as Cold wants to go over, but he's death sentenced before he can make it. Good Dark Passage, but Xiaopeng doesn't take it.
That is smart as Xiaopeng, because if he takes that, you're in range then for Cold to just go with the slam dunk home. So. Good call, but will be bot lane turret as a result. DMO caught out of position, but...
Yep, Xiaopeng is. Send him back, he's dead. And don't know why they came back in, but they did.
And this is going to be turrets galore now going over in favor of OMG. DMO are struggle city right now.
I mean, it could just be the Baron, right?
Yeah. Look, DMO haven't been able to put up a fight at all. You only have Xiaopeng down. You've still got a lot of your big engage tools. If DMO can get here, I mean, Wukong, Aphelios, Twyla can do a lot of work in these pits, but they're going to be so late. Well,
this should not be stolen. Smite and Ren, but TP turning for the fight is a different story. DMO have 3 until Cold comes in against the wall. The face breaker on top of everyone with the box lays down the territory while that Scatter the Weak in the backline kills Hacker, almost kills Curse, and OMG have walked into some big ultis. Aphelios has the shurikens, and you know what that means, guys. It's time for the rest of OMG to die. It's Icon first with a great death sentence, and it's DMO who capitalized big again.
And although that looked great to begin with for OMG, with Cold finding access to the backline, getting the showstopper off, they just didn't have the follow-up damage to finish them. Now DMO were the ones starting it, and you don't have Icon, and you don't have Hack.
They keep walking into choke stack. They're grouped up. Scatter the Weak, a Sejuani, a Wukong. Everything works perfectly here, and DMO taking down this Baron quick while SMLZ and Curse over the wall. That's going to be the ultimate use, but meanwhile, the Baron continues to be hit while Curse is still looking for Xiaopeng. Cold's over the wall and Hacker's not here yet. Teleport being used while Schubert is the focus target for SMLZ, who gets the shutdown. Again, wants to get another kill. But this just keeps going back and forth. OMG now on the Baron to be taken. And these are the 2 bottom tier teams in the LPL. I'm starting to realize why.
I'm so glad this Baron is gone. This has just been throw after throw at this objective. And finally it goes the way of OMG.
What the heck is this?
This is a 7,000 gold lead for OMG, and it looks like 2 kids that are starting slapping each other.
And one dumps on the parent, and the parent puts them both together, right? It's like being on either side of a set face breaker. That's literally this game. We'll watch this fight again.
I mean, Curse doing a lot of work here to just get Xiaopeng out of the equation, and when he pops out here, he's in the middle of everyone. SMLZ gets direct access to Shubin, which should never happen in this team comp, and I don't understand how this continuously happens, but I mean, when you don't have Chalitza there, he was back in base with the TP coming in.
You're right, though. Thank God that Baron's gone. Infernal Soul coming up in 10 seconds, and at this point, I think OMG have just got this game. They had it through early. DMO took some mistakes from them, but back and forth. This is a game of champion kill ping pong, to paraphrase LS.
It's been 2 people with pots on their head running at each other to figure out who has the harder head. And so far, OMG has come out with slightly less bruises, but still looking a bit bloody and battered. But they do get that soul. They do have the Baron. And Twyla shoving in top lane means that they should be able to push in pretty quickly on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, two people each lane, rather 3 towards that bottom lane, as Twyla will get it. That's great. Infernal Soul, though, with the Baron means that this turret is going to get down so damn quick. Hacker rejoins. There it goes. DMO can't do anything about it. And a miracle fight needed with the help of Wukong, maybe Twyla, to get a pick.
I mean, they do have the opportunity if they want to go for this kind of pick style. Like, you got the, as I said, Twilight, you got Mitsuki with the hooks, even Xiaopeng's ultimate can maybe catch people off, but OMG are looking to do just that, I think, on this bottom lane. I'm not sure why there's no Terrano inhibitor to take, but...
Cole's just used the showstopper. No one was really ready for that. Death Sentence onto Curse, who's been locked on down. That's the pick we're talking about, and OMG, with Baron and Infernal Soul, walk blindly into the night. The face call used by SMLZ with Icon getting a horrible Shurima shuffle. Scatter the week again. Twyla's hard carrying this while Shubin walks on forward. And OMG, how do you lose with Infernal Soul? Hacker's gonna die. SMLZ walks in as well. That's the ace. Oh my god.
What are they doing? This is what we said at the start. Every time I watch this team, I do not understand what happens. Again, Icon going completely wide with this Azir ultimate. And then a DMO with Shubin actually in a good position in this fight to get the damage out that he needs. Works great. Oh my lord.
Oh, this is definitely a warm-up for LGD in top esports, huh? We're going to the bottom before we get to the top.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Oh, no, we started from the bottom, now we're still here. Like there is no, this is game one. As we look at quality, Cole, no one else was really ready for this.
Yeah, he was trying to see if he could get onto Shubin and onto Twyla, but you see again, this Azir ultimate comes in, and I'm just kind of like, what is going on? Like, he gets Mitsuki, great, but you're now in the middle of Twyla and in the middle of this of Shubin's Aphelios, and it just looks at like,
yes, you got to stop bunching on each other with an Aphelios and you know, Syndra, right? That's happened way too many times.
But to give them a due, Chalitza did have a fantastic turnaround engage there. Yeah. His ultimate did a lot of work, but yeah, I mean, Icon, as this Azir at this stage, we're 30 minutes into the game, you have an Infernal Soul, and you're doing almost as much damage as Sejuani. That's a big issue.
Very, very true. That's actually a very good point. Well, we reset. OMG have lost their Baron. They still have the Infernal Soul, of course, as that can't be taken away, but only a 2k gold lead now with another Baron coming up in 1 minute 40. Elder that could potentially continue turning this game around for DMO, who held on to their base and only have one inhibitor down on the bottom side.
The thing is, though, at these Baron fights, if it's OMG in the pit and DMO are contesting, DMO do really well in these short corridors where you can't actually have SMLZ get access to. Like, so Twily's got to try and get through to Chalitza and Xiaopeng, and we could potentially see a very similar fight to what we just saw on the base where Shubin and Twyla are just in the back line completely untouched. So OMG still have to be careful and when they go towards this big objective, because you've now got 3 items on this Aphelios working up towards the Death Stance, I imagine, next. So he's going to be hurting quite a bit. Icon has finished his Rabadons though, so this Azir has just leveled up massively from last fight to the next.
Well, he has, but last fight the problem wasn't really the damage, was it? It was a lot about the ultimate as DMO continued to defend their mid lane, and that time it gets ever so close. So bit of resetting going on here for SMLZ, who has 3 items, including that Death Stance. Look at the QSS in the inventory with the Executioner's calling. Nothing's going to change there for now. We got QSSs on both sides, which is quite interesting here, but good to deny it. Mercurial Scimitar actually just bought by Shubin as well.
I would have preferred to see the Death Stance here. Realistically, it means you can play that little bit more aggressive. You do, at least it's an item you can finish now before the next fight, which is probably going to be the last one. So maybe just going, hey, look, we're probably not going to get to a Death Stance anyway, so might as well just toss it into as much stats as we can think about.
Still nice bit of lifesteal, plus you got the defensive capabilities of the Phantom Dancer as well, so build's still going to be going strong, while 3 items towards the Wukong top. He's got Steric's Gauge, a bit more tankability, while OMG start this one up. Now DMO don't feel confident enough to contest, because you can see where Twyla is. He has TP, but they're not walking towards this Baron. It's been done way too quick, so is this too late? I would think so.
Yeah, it's gone. Good call from OMG here with Icon and Hacker to start it up instantly, and when they had all the other members of... Oh, hang on.
If you get caught out now, that would be insult.
So the other members of OMG stood in the lane, so they didn't realize how this was already started and how quickly OMG can do it. So got off guard, and OMG now get the Baron. They're starting to get these pushes. They should be able to get the 2 inhibitors that are about to respawn nice and handily. And then you've already got Curse, who's pushing like crazy in this top side.
Now let's talk about this Dragon Dagger, because in 30 seconds, Elder comes up. That's how DMO win the game. That's how DMO fight against OMG.
I mean, I don't even think OMG want to go for this. Like we've talked about it a little bit before, is if you go towards this dragon, you just give the opportunity for a steal to come in from DMO, they can win the fight and they can close out this game. As OMG, if you just shove in these waves super hard, push back DMO into their base, maybe you can then two-man, or you can just end up closing out the game with this Baron alone. You don't need to go for this dragon.
Dagda, they're starting it anyway. Here we go. It doesn't matter. It's the LPL 5 versus 5 dragons going down quickly. At 5k, DMO say, I want some of that. As Scatter the Week's good again. They flash forward. A good fate's call to dodge away. But the Wombo into the back line. OMG have grouped up. They've already lost Cold. It's the steal. Take it away. No. Hacker actually secures. And now the fight should be all for OMG. With Twyla running away. DMO losing it all. It was close. But Hacker manages to carry it in the end.
Just about manages to fight. Twyla would go down, but you can see how close that was. And if that had gone the opposite direction, it could have been DMO winning out this game. But either way, OMG will eventually manage to close out this game. Just going to start knocking down these inhibitors and straight on towards it.
Just running it through mid. I mean, you got the Elder, you got Infernal, you got Baron. This is an easy close with no one up for another 10 to 15 seconds. And this has been an interesting game, number one.
It's been a journey.
A journey's a good word for it. Dagda, we'll close this one out because OMG say enough is enough. Probably should have had this game 5 minutes ago as Icon. Yeah, plays like that are what got you into this mess. We'll run through an OMG with a much-needed win.
I'm not certain if I'm confident in OMG after this one because there's a lot of mistakes there. At least, look, we'll look at the positives. Hacker again stepping up massively for this team, dictating the pace at the early stage of the game, and really got OMG into the position where they were 7,000 to 8,000 gold ahead, and at least the scoreboard looked good for them.
Yes, it did.
That's about it.
Well, what else would you like to say about this game? Because there was a lot that happened. It was like, who wants to throw... What do they say? We reference LCK a lot. That's because there's some cool quips they come up with. Throwing the ball back and forth. There was a lot of that, especially in this first game. So, I don't know. I think DMO, I was just expecting them to take that game after what we saw after OMG kept walking into corridors towards them.
80% convinced that the dragon was going to get stolen because Sejuani and Lee Sin were both level 15.
Yeah.
That was a 50-50 smite.
I mean, there was a good wombo from DMO. I'm like, oh no, it's happening.
Yeah, that's where I was like, oh god, this is going to be it. But OMG do manage to come out in the end. I think looking at it again, Hacker looking great. We do have SMLZ who's getting caught out.
Yeah.
Icon with these weird decision makings when it comes to his play. And even on the opposite side, Mitsuki in lane still struggling a little bit, but definitely as we got out of lane, Mitsuki was looking a lot better. His flash hooks and at least following up on a lot of the plays that were being set up by Twyla and Shalitza was really strong. I mean, your turn.
All right. Well, let me say one thing. While we are being negative and while we're harping on these teams a bit, just a reminder, you know, they're sitting at the bottom of the table, and what we see from DMO and OMG right now are nothing in comparison to V5. V5, the 0-16 team from Spring, looks so much better than these two teams, and this is where they're expected to fit in. For OMG and DMO right now, look at the gold grab. It looks like someone sneezed and didn't wipe it up.
It's a bit all over the place.
And that's what it was.
I mean, but I like the way we can now highlight the two players that we wanted to come into this, right? So we already talked about how good Hacker looked. Twyla coming out as the mainstay carry in this entire game. Twyla has been stepping up and being a big impact for DMO. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get into this next game and Twyla ends up coming out and being the hard carry for DMO.
He was, I think, out of any member on the Rift, I guess with Hacker, especially in the early game, he deserves praise. Maybe Curse as well in one of the big fights. Xiaopeng had a good game, but Twyla was, I think, consistent throughout. So Twyla does get a bit of praise there because he was the big benefactor in finding the picks that almost brought DMO back in the game.
Well, look, let's look at what we want to see coming out from these teams now coming into game number 2. So when I look at OMG, I was like, they've got this Kalista that they really want to try and utilize in these team fights. Let's try and get her in nice and early to these fights. Try and start a couple of skirmishes around Dragon. Try and have her towards these Rift Herald fights, but she was actually roaming up a little bit late. They couldn't really find the skirmishes towards bot side that they would have liked to. So I think enabling SMLZ, if they are going to go for this Kalista, could work out a lot better for them.
Yeah.
And then as well, when they get towards that mid to late game team fights, if you're already sitting 7,000 to 6,000 gold ahead, you don't need to be making these big fancy plays. You don't need to be making the montage plays. Just take it nice and slow, close out this game, and make sure that you're not running or given the opportunity for the enemy to run away with
Definitely not. In a 41 kill game, you want to make sure that stability is kind of the word of nature. For OMG and DMO, it was not that, but nevertheless, OMG pick up a win in game 1. We're going to go to a break. When we return, see what happens running forward in the rest of this series.
那这波E-Star 越塔失败之后，还损失2个人，受伤很伤。这里踩住了单环 ，Q 技能回旋伤害收掉了Maple。
看看啊，马上，但是色题不太好从屁股后面给切回来。奥文先去撞大招，这个撞大招的位置不错，撞到了3个人，连同后面的 Light 也给撞了起来。天使先给小段开启了一波大招，但是自己的位置呢？ 后面的输出环境看一下，但是一个长手猎罗直接猎到了 Light 位置不好，一个轻回点已经是天脸放了。银眼虽然说炸了出来，但是蓝子方众人齐上，将其成功的击杀。 这个蓝眼睛照了一下，红色方亮 TP 落地的是一个绕后的猴子，悲伤枪先承担了第一波伤害，寒冰是被一个圣射弹炸了起来。这波寒冰的输出位置还算不错，猴子的一个真假猴子开团，先要斩杀了一波流行松了，后面有个绕后的铁男，看一下关的是谁，先跟旧梦缠斗在一起，他关的是一个寒冰，寒冰扭身躲过了一个 Q 技能，但是似乎要被铁男的一个被动给烫死了。这波铁男先杀寒冰，再配合队友，最后进行了一波围杀。 一个 Morgan， 一个真猴子成功走掉，是被远见改造给照到。这波林伟强可以一个人去杀他，杜云碧给他套了一个一技能减速，应该下一波他平 A， 收获一波 Triple Q， 可以成功的拿到这波团灭，再斩大楼。
给交闪了，这边一次同时也打了起来。
是的，切到实时画面，盲僧一脚是踢回来了旧梦，这一脚回旋踢太关键了，瞬间一锤定音，一个伸手炸弹炸到了一个马老师，马老师也要被压起身，铁男一个技能拽回来2个人，瞬间要杀死这场比赛。
今天不会取得胜利的。
没人可以逃过我的瞄准。
现在两边，哎，看看啊，就是这一下，想找到男枪的一个位置。同时马老师一个英雄登场，一屁股先配合泰坦，先震死了男枪。 刘金松位置也不好，被寒冰所收下。刚说科学，这就来了吗？杜云碧开启响鬼石板甲，再接一个大招爆摔，爆回了踢车马。踢车马人群当中开了一个近身，杜云碧是沐浴了一个天使大招，但是马上有个千珏的大招，跟他5个人全部无敌，杜云碧也走不掉。科学关键时候又发威了。
世间万物皆系于基础之上。我的剑飞向真理。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Well, game one was like rolling into the supermarket and saying, there's so much to buy, what should we do? And you go in, you put everything into your trolley, and you get to the register and you say, crap, that's a lot of money, I don't want that. So you go back and you can't decide what to put back on the shelf. That was Dominus and OMG going against each other. They had no clue what they wanted, and they had no clue what to put back. Game one was interesting. It was an OMG win. I'm Hysterix. It's Dagda, by the way. Would you like to see the MVP as we... Let's refresh, because we're going to see MVP. We're going to put Curse there and say, well done. And we're going to move on, and this game never happened.
Yeah, and just like your supermarket analogy where you're too poor to buy something, we're poor for our experiences after watching that game.
It wasn't the greatest analogy, I'm sorry.
Curse will pick up the MVP, though. At least, look, Curse did do a good job when he got out of lane and coming back into the game and actually having massive impact with a couple of these death realms. So, well-deserved for Curse. It was one of the silver lining to what was a very big cloud.
Which one was this? This was the first one, right?
I don't know anymore,
I think
to
it
be
was.
honest.
I think it was the first one. And, Mordekaiser excelling in some of these bigger fights. It's very well done, as you said, from Curse. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is the hardest fight. If anyone wants to be a caster out there, let me give you the one-on-one. Casting games like this are much harder than casting games that are slow, like the LCK. The LCK games, you can talk about narrative and players and everything. This one, you got to tell people what they're doing. And DMO, we had no idea what they were doing around this fight either.
I mean, that's the plan, right? If they don't know what they're doing, how can the enemy know what they're doing? And then how do we know as casters what they're doing? So.
That's right.
But either way, look, I think when we come into this, OMG, at least we already talked about what we want to see from them, a little bit more. If they're going to start tending towards objectives, make sure you're getting there nice and early, make sure you're setting up for these fights correctly. If I look over at DMO's side, I want to make sure that if they're playing these front-to-back fights, well, set up a front-to-back fight. Have Chalitza in the front. Have Xiaopeng on this Sejuani in the front. Because 9 times out of 10 in those fights, Shubin was left completely on his own, being mowed down by whatever unfortunate person had decided to look sideways at him on OMG. And it just meant that they couldn't find the damage that you wanted from this Aphelios.
You know what I'm upset with here? Just thinking about top lane and now MVP Curse. I'm upset that we don't have Natural coming in. As far as I know, Chalitza's still playing. Natural is a carry top laner like the likes of Camille, Jax, right? Curse is also a carry top laner, but even though he's a bit more versatile, I'd say, he's still a really good individual player. And that's a matchup I was looking forward to that actually might bring a bit of spice into it. But I think at this point, Curse, showing a bit more prowess towards the team.
But I think the thing here is that I'm not upset with the way Chalitza played. I think Chalitza actually did play very well, got an advantage in lane where he shouldn't have, and managed to do a lot of work in those team fights. It was just, again, a lot of messiness everywhere else. So I didn't feel like Chalitza didn't do his job. So calling for Natural might be a bit unfair, I think. But
maybe.
Still, yeah, we've got to find something different from both of these squads, because clearly if they played against any other teams, that would have been a very different story.
But you know what? With the way this matchup's going, with the likelihood that DMO and OMG sit at the bottom, I'm waiting for the volley bear, the fiddlesticks. Show me something new.
Well,
why not?
I don't like the new that we're seeing from OMG. This is the same old squad that we saw in spring. This was the team that nearly made it to top 8.
That's true.
And now what the hell has happened to them? Because I don't get it. Icon completely messing up. SMLZ caught out numerous times in horrible positions.
Because the thing is, we talked a lot about Hacker, and even his performance from spring is quite a bit better.
Yeah.
Even for
Hacker's doing great.
Of OMG. Icon's fallen off the wishing well once again. SMLZ is, I don't know, it's like he's walking in traffic you know, with a blindfold on, going, I'll be fine. Just let me go across. And if anyone's ever played, what's that flappy, the jumpy bird? What's it called?
What?
You know that game where
you tap it to get between
across
the pipes?
traffic? No, across traffic.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know, it's a
You've
phone
lost
app.
me. You've lost me.
It's a phone app.
You young'uns and you're at games.
No, I never played it. All I know is you get squashed quite a lot. So that's SMLC. And Cold at the start of the game had a really good run. The bottom lane was set up for OMG, and that's where things got messy when we started fighting around objectives. OMG and DMO both need to shape up. We're going into game 2. We're going to get rid of our thoughts of game 1. We're going to refresh, recharge, and look towards this with a bit more serious mind until something else happens. So we'll see, Dagda.
I'm glad you added that caveat.
Until.
I was like, look, we're going to be professional here until they go bonkers again. But coming into the draft, I'm hoping that we do see at least them go back towards what did work there, right? So we have Hacker on this Lee Sin. He looks absolutely great. Curse, if he does not get the Wukong himself, going towards his Mordekaiser has obviously proved quite fortuitous for them. So I think going in that style again can work out.
Chef on your screen. I was just thinking, wait till we see Icon and tell me the most handsome player in the LPL. I think it's Icon. I'm sure some of our chat will have an opinion on this, but
I mean, he looks like a pop star.
Wait till we see Icon. Okay, there's Twyla, so we should see Icon next.
Oh, you can see his
on
hair.
the corner.
You can see his hair.
Come on.
Okay, but looking at the draft anyway, we've got Rek'Sai, Nidalee, Varus banned away. So a little bit of a different bans coming in, but still a heavy focus towards the junglers, at least here from OMG side. Whereas in the opposite, LeBlanc, Trundle, and Kalista banned away. So won't be seeing the Kalista picked up here, but means that we will more than likely be going back towards the Aphelios. And with the Varus, Kalista, and the Aphelios and then taken off the board, we usually see a tendency back towards the Ashe, and could mean that DMO start to opt in towards more of this pick-orientated style.
Or even like this Ezreal, right, that's risen to high priority. I mean, Ezreal has been like first pick worthy, so I'd be surprised if Shubin doesn't want to go that direction either. Lee Sin for Hacker once again, a good pick that we know. We got him on your screen there. Hacker has been a bit of a shining light as we're still not seeing him. All I want is the blonde beauty in the mid lane to show us. Because he does look like, he looks like a pop star, doesn't he?
He definitely does. There you go. There's the Ezreal you were talking about, though. That's going to be locked in. Potential here to try and pair it with something like a Karma or a Yuumi. Thank you very much,
nice.
DMO. Because, this is a very heavy poke lane, and you've got a lot of mobility and extra damage that can come through in the later stages off of your support pick. Will be the Yuumi locked in. So we'll have to see if Shubin can pilot this a little bit safer than Jackie Love did against Hacker's Lee Sin, but still excited to see this matchup there.
While meanwhile, OMG thinking of an early echo for Icon. He got a banned away last time, so the priority may have shifted. Trying to put Icon into more of a priority lane.
I think this is smart here from OMG. Usually I'd try and advocate for picking up a support pick here, but when you have a Yuumi and an Ezreal in the opposite lane, kind of get to do what you want with the support pick because you're not going to be pressured too much. Especially, usually you just want to see like a Thresh with the Aphelios, but you don't have to worry about it. So going towards the mid laner does make sense here.
Do you think Icon signed something saying, don't put me on camera? Because every other player has been on screen but Icon.
You got to pay Icon to put him on screen.
Oh,
He's just that handsome. You know, there's
I mean,
Cold.
we've seen Cold like 5 times already.
Either way, though, Icon will actually get his hands on a Zoe, so an 80% win rate on that for spring. This was a big pick for Icon. So excited to see what he can do in this matchup.
Sorry.
You're so distracted by him.
I really am.
There's Hacker, so no, still no. But Thresh, anyway, will be banned away. So even with DMOs, or even with that conversation we had about you not really worrying too much about the support that you're going to be paired with here in the bottom lane for SMLZ, DMO still want to try and prioritize removing some of them. I'd like to see the Ornn ban away here, though, for Curse. Curse is super strong on that pick. And I think when you see an Aphelios and you've got an Ornn and a Zoe, you've such strong late games that can come in, especially with the extra Ornn items.
Double support ban instead for DMO. Yeah, there's the Nautilus. I was going to say, to get the cat off your back, that'd be nice, but also Lulu's been rising in the meta with different lanes.
But that's why I'm really surprised to see those bans in particular from DMO, because the Thresh you don't need when you're up against an Ezreal and a Yuumi. The Nautilus you don't really want either in this lane. You can just go for an Enchanter support, the likes of a Karma or a Lulu, because you still got that safety for the Aphelios. Now you've got a bunch of added stats for this Aphelios as well. So this is super, super nice. And again, I think OMG just go towards this front to back stall, pick up the likes of an Ornn. It can, I know it's not the greatest against an Ezreal, he can fend fairly well for himself, but just having this late game scaling and this really strong front to back stall fight can be wonderful.
But it's kind of cool because in 2017 Spring and Summer, when OMG made playoffs last, it was the bottom lane with the Ardent sensor support paired with something like the Cogmore, something like the Twitch as well for SMLZ. So it is going back to a bit of a blast from the past with the bottom lane set to carry and SMLZ looking for high priority. While Wukong goes over the side of Chalitza, there's 5 again on your screen. While Curse up in that top lane has decided he wants to rinse and repeat. Or does he?
So could be the potential for the set top lane. So does work out reasonably well against the Wukong, but you kind of end up in this weird scenario where Wukong does win in the later stages of the matchup. But it will be the Renekton for Curse instead. So looking to win this top lane, start to control this bottom lane as well when you've got the Ezreal, and sorry, not the Ezreal, the Aphelios and this Lulu can actually do a really good job of pushing and being aggressive against this Ezreal Yuumi. So I think OMG right now have got multiple different lanes that they can look to have Hacker play around.
I'm really convinced that his player cam is broken, or that they just haven't looked at him at all. Everyone else has had time on the screen, and they're like, nah, we've seen Icon enough over the years.
I feel like our
I just need to say it.
I feel like our draft has been like 2 people flicking between channels. You're a bird watching, and I'm trying to go through like a scientific endeavor as to where these drafts
Honestly,
are going.
after game 1, it's thrown me off the bus. I just literally, I just wanted an opinion from the audience about one player, and they wouldn't give it to me. But look, I'll bring us back.
Please go to Hysteric's Twitter. 1 like equals 1 prayer for his sanity as we go into game number 2.
But I was going to take you on a bit of a journey because I'm curious about these compositions. We'll talk about it as we get into game. For OMG, game 1 was only narrowly won. If you missed out, it was actually a bit of a train wreck to start the series. While we go into a game 2, refreshed minds, a bit of a restart, different compositions. And it'll really test the limit of OMG. We need to see a bit of cleanliness. We need to see the first series win out of one of these teams. If this goes to a game 3, well, I'm not sure what to say, but we'll see. OMG changing things up. And going into game 2, so a DMO. Dagged up, there's no Gyos. We have an empty arena there in Hongqiao. That's where the players are playing from right now, in the Hongqiao arena. You remember hearing the chants from 2019 summer. That was a while ago. 2019 spring, or 2020 spring. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Hit the button,
oh,
quick.
Observer.
Oh, there we
go.
Okay. Nobody saw. Our seekers.
Oh, he's in trouble. All right, sir. Tell me. How do the comps work? Let's start with DMO because a lot of chase down available.
Well, they have a really strong mid game when they do get to that point because Chalitza is gonna.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Early action, flash burn.
This is horrible for Chalitza. So I want to see how Hacker changes up his route now because he needs to go top ASAP. Use the advantage now that you don't have Chalitza with that flash, and you've got Curse who can set up so well with the Rootless Predator for a gank. You just kill Chalitza.
But take me through the comps. You're about to before we saw that flash.
Anyway, so yeah, DMO have got this really strong mid-game where you can have Ezreal hit the 2 items, Twyla as well, and you can just look to snowball that advantage, especially since Mitsuki has a choice of connecting to Xiaopeng or connecting to Shubin. You can have 2 massive carries and really enable both of the Ezreal and the Olaf. Whereas when we look over at OMG side, they are trying to at least survive when it comes to this mid-game against how strong DMOs is and get to the later stages, because once SMLZ gets its free item, you've got the likes of that Ardent Sensor and Athene's Unholy Grail completed for Cold. This bottom lane is going to be massive for OMG.
Yeah, a lot of big potential there, of course, as well. With Icon in a longer lane, we'll continue to watch that as we go through the game. Notice the Lulu here in the LPL. Not many times that we see that, as Cold has taken a pretty unfavorable trade. Onto Mitsuki, not going to matter too much when he's on top of Shubin.
So I'm keeping my eyes now on this top side of the map and also on Hacker and how he's going to start pathing, because he's actually looking for a full clear, which I don't agree with, or at least clearing out this full bot side jungle. And I think you could have been able to punish, as you see Chalitza so heavily in this top side. Curse is going to be able to push this in, you get the bounce back, and maybe Hacker just wants to go straight red into top side, but I think getting here that little bit sooner could have worked out.
Chalitza should be able to get level 2 here on the top lane very soon. There we go. Also has the biscuits in his inventory, but Hacker now making the choice to path upwards with a red buff available versus the quick reset from Xiaopeng, going back to base, picking up the talisman.
Don't forget as well, if Hacker is going to go towards that top side to gank, you do have the E, which will reveal Wukong, which makes it a lot easier for you to set up those plays on the top side. That's why I'm calling so heavily for this, but not going to see it just yet. Maybe as Curse, as you see, still trying to bully him under the tower with this wave, going to be able to reset, might be able to do something after quickly.
Especially if Chalitza walks into it, but that turret shot isn't doing any favors to the top laner. As Hacker thinks about it, does spot out Xiaopeng, so Olaf first lease in, probably going to see that soon. As what's happening here? Are we doing it or not? Oh, okay. 1 versus 1. Now, Xiaopeng, I don't know, might feel okay. As Chalitza goes on in under turret, that was way too easy. Scatter the weak. Hacker flashes away. As Icon will get the trouble bubble, lands in with the Paddle Star Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. That's the kill, and now Twyla is stuck in a 2 versus 1 with TP coming in, but Curse is still here. Twyla trying to delay for time, but it's way too late. Chalitza comes back to lane, and Curse is still so confident. Hits Conqueror, gets another slice and dies, and Chalitza now at Arbel with Icon with a flash.
Icon, don't do it.
He was thinking about it. No, he goes back. But that's a massive win for OMG with the first 3 kills.
And they do capitalize on Chalitza with that early flash burn, able to make a dog's dinner of it from DMO's side, to be honest. DMO tried to make the play happen. Xiaopeng gets aggressed on. Chalitza, because he doesn't have the stone skin built up because he hasn't been auto-attacking Curse, is super squishy. So Curse kills him on his way towards Xiaopeng. Then they're able to get the Olaf, and they're able to get Twyla. It's 3 kills nice and early for OMG.
Spread throughout as well to the 2 solo laners plus the jungle, and we saw what Hacker did with the early blood in the last game. This is a 1,500 gold lead at 4 minutes into the game, and now you need something big from DMO, otherwise this snowball is going to blow the game out of control. Xiaopeng going towards the top side, he has no flash, and Curse does.
I assume this is more to try and burn the flash before we get the level 6 coming out from Chalitza.
No, here we go again.
Twyla's moving.
Twyla is here first. Icon is not. And he moves under turret. He says, bro, I'm with you. As Curse could dodge away. And that's it.
Yeah, not going to be anything amounted for it. And I'm surprised to see Icon kind of holding onto this wave in the middle of the lane here. I'd see him push it in and try and make Twyla lose out a little bit. But Twyla not going to be too overly punished for that roam up, so it doesn't matter when all is said and done.
And even misses that trade. Scatter the Weak, not being used yet, but does find the stun. And Twyla, as you said, walks back, didn't lose too much CS with Cold now roaming. Alulu making her way downtown.
Walking fast, brushes past.
No, I didn't set you up for that. No.
If there's any song... You haven't brought me to karaoke yet. I'm bursting here.
Hey,
I gotta get it out of me.
If there's any song we sing the LEC song. Whatever's happening over there in the ad breaks
I don't even know
needs
what
to
that is.
stop. The Diplo song needs to stop. Oh dear. You saw the version before. You saw the LEC version, didn't you?
Yeah, I saw the LEC version.
Yeah, with quick shot with no clothes on was interesting. Interesting look. But look, maybe we should do a version.
Look, if you're willing to get the kid off, go for it. Man.
I'll volunteer to be the DJ, yeah.
For everyone else's sake, I'll keep my kid off.
Yeah, got something on my mind too, right? As Twyla is going to cleanse away. That was a trouble bubble from Icon, and well, OMG is still 2k gold ahead, and these lanes are getting out of control. 26 CS lead in the top side. That is being equalized, but Chalitza walking up to the lane, or rather the minions, getting punished each and every time. And Curse is now level 6. Those 2 turret shots matter, but not really enough when you have Dominus available.
And it feels bad for Chalitza, because it was that first play that's really set him so far behind, and now Curse is just free to continuously bully. And if he wants to right now, could actually back away and try and get a bit more items underneath his belt, finish off... sorry, I was popped for a second. Icon might have been going for something, but yeah. Finish off some of these items for himself, as he's actually going to go down, pick up some more health instead, and look to continue bullying Chalitza.
bit of lettuce makes it nice. Chili's actually backed away. He doesn't have TP. Things were going down, and that is an early backfire now. Curse can just push out this wave as Heel's going to be burnt by Icon. Now swaps to the exhaust while Dragon's being done by OMG. Still pretty dominant. It's now at 3K. That's how big these lanes are evolving. Even the bottom side, it's Chakram Boy again. Picks up a bit of turret plating.
So we said, look, yes, DMO are going to be the mid-game team, but the early stages aren't as kind for them. Chalitza, we already talked about losing out in this top lane matchup, 20 CS behind up there. You've got Shubin as well that is still looking to get past just this tier, but Hacker may not let him.
Yeah, peekaboo. It's 2 versus 1. Do you think Hacker cares? Well, the kick was interesting as Icon almost gets soloed out, exhaust down, and Undertow connects the Chilling Smite now down. But there is still a lot of damage. I'm not sure how that happened, but it did. Well, Hacker retreats and gets him another bit of turret plating.
Yeah, so they will at least get some goal back in over towards SMLZ. And this is where I want to see OMG put their... Right, SMLZ's doing.
Yep.
I want to see them put their gold into this bottom lane because, look, at the end of the day, when you get Lulu powered up, when you get this Aphelios powered up, you're going to be in fantastic shape as OMG. So just try and keep going here and continue to put pressure down on the bottom side because top is going to win anyway. Mid is going even. So why not just continue to force this through on Shubin and Mitsuki, who the new guys in the bottom lane won't have had a heap of games together. I mean, some from prior past, but not the same really when you're stepping up to the LPL stage.
The LPL stage is very different. You got to remember that when you get into this league, things are not as kind. As we've seen adaptations go wrong. I will say, though, that Shubin probably doing as well as Helper has. The game's kind of going awry on the top side. Not his fault.
So this is a bit unfortunate timing for Curse. It'd be lovely if he was able to freeze that wave. But because you do have the Rift Herald that's being contested now by DMO, you will need to shove that in and not be able to punish Chalitza as heavily for that massive wave that's stuck there.
I have to ask you, though, if DMO commit to this Herald, will they just die? Because there is almost a full item on Zoe. There is a Blade of the Rune King in the making for the Renekton.
It looks like OMG are saying no. They don't want to try and contest for this, at least with the way Icon's going. But it looks like OMG might be on different paths here.
They said, we're going to do it anyway. Curse is joining up with Hacker and Cold. Herald at 4K. Hacker aware of this. As Yuumi attached now, it's 4 versus 3 until Icon comes in at 2K. Hacker trying to get an angle for the stills. Forward goes Icon, gets him at half health. The trouble wall behind as well. It's taken by Curse, who turns into Dominus Croc, gets a spin. Chalitza gets low, so does Xiaopeng. They flash forward. Curse gets the kill, almost sacrifices his own life, but doesn't care in the end as Twyla gets the blast code out to safety. But Icon has stolen 2 flashes, and Twyla really regrets being near. 2 more for OMG, and down the toilet, DMO's game goes.
3,500 gold lead for OMG at the 10-minute mark. They've now got this Rift Herald to just accelerate that as well. OMG have completely taken over this game.
Sir, that's 5,000 gold. And this is going to get even larger.
5,000. That is absolutely insane.
Turret plating available. Rift Herald available. Going to get the full charge. This mid turret's going to go down pre-11 minutes to a 2-0-2 Zoe. And a Renekton who's gone back to top side and is getting more turret plating of his own. If Dominus win this game, they could be one of the best teams in League of Legends history. Or OMG could throw it away. But at this point, very good play from OMG.
Yeah, it is great play from OMG. And this is kind of what we expect to see from OMG when they got a lead back in spring, at least in the middle portion. We were talking about these guys and how well they could snowball their advantages. And now again, they're finding this success off of mistakes from DMO. You asked me before this clip started if DMO should fight. Well, definitely not. Code had already started to move up. They're in a OMG have already got their items on the likes of Curse. He's in such a lead ahead of his counterpart in that top lane. And as well, you've got Icon, who's the benefactor of some early kills. So just the level advantages, the gold advantages were always meaning that OMG would lead.
I should retract my statement. If DMO find a way to pull this game back, they will be a good team. But at this point, OMG have shown a lot more control. 6K gold lead now on the board. Again, pre-12 minutes with the next dragon coming up being Ocean. We're set for a Cloud Rift or a Mountain Rift with OMG's early lead. That would be pretty punishing for an Ezreal Syndra.
Certainly would, but OMG are very much controlling this jungle. Hacker's done a great job in getting this Dragon Snowball started early, so should be able to pick up this one, and they just continue to amass these. And then you're looking at the stage where, okay, Twile and Shubin will be at their strongest. They can maybe contest for a third, but all you're doing is buying more time for SMLZ to get towards the double Zeal items, and then for Lulu to get towards the sensor, and you'll be absolutely wonderful as OMG. And to be honest, because of the extra damage that this Lulu is going to provide this Aphelios, I'm not even sure, just off of the item advantages that SMLZ has picked up right now, the Shubin is really going to be that much stronger when they get to 2 items.
You know, we're going to engage in the top side. It's versus 3. Yuumi on top. That's going to be helpful with the ulti, but Curse just kills him. Has a bit of healing available if he can press the Q, but Yuumi goes on top, takes the trouble bubble wall. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Icon being in this is not good news. Now left on his own, Mitsuki has to deal with this. He knows that the flash, yep, it could follow him anywhere. So Icon picks up a double, and 1 versus 2. Ain't good. Or versus 3, sorry.
It's OMG picking up everything in this game. It's very quickly slipping away from DMO, and we want to add to that. SMLZ.
That was a... Let's just call it what it was. That ult was bad. SMLZ, the weakness of the team.
Well, definitely in this one, because we're seeing Icon return to that spring form on the champion we knew him for in spring. This Zoe was his pocket pick. Well, was everyone's pick, but he played it exceptionally. 80% win rate, now starting off on the right foot here again in summer.
OMG have almost picked up 15 bits of turret plating. They will manage to achieve 13 at the very least, which has been a while since we've seen that much, as Icon should be able to get the 14th one as well, and that was very scary for Shubin and Mitsuki, but there you go, 14 with a redemption in pocket. Icon was so close. He almost got 15.
Cold. You're not set. You can't do anything here.
Unsensor means he can 1 versus 2. I don't think he cares. Oh.
I kind of want to see how much damage you can do to Shubin, to be honest.
He's not going to throw it out, but Icon being here with an Ardent Sensor can make it pretty hard. They're going to get cornered. Mitsuki's low. If Shubin dies with the Wild Growth, then he's left on his lonesome, but the rest of DMO coming in. Hacker's a little bit deep. Tries to get out with the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, but that'll be the sacrifice. Kick against the wall while the rest of DMO chase after Icon and Cold. Not successful, but OMG. Meanwhile, they'll lose their jungler for a turret, so ends up being a trade, but at least DMO got something.
You're still looking at Kirsten's bottom side pushing in, so he's going to get some decent damage onto this bottom lane turret. He's got the Blade of the Rune King build, so he will wreck.
Oh no, but Shubin's caught on out. He will die. No Yuumi can save him there, and Mitsuki, one more hit needed. The turret does it. Okay.
I think you summed that up perfectly. This game has gone very poorly for DMO. It's only getting worse.
Yeah, no one can deal with Curse. Chalisa's 2 levels down. 2,200 gold versus 0. Icon says howdy. Chalisa probably should die here. The W damage with the paddle star. Nope. Good flash away by Chalisa, but he did have to burn the flash. So now this turret's going to die. And this one, short and sweet is how we'll put it.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about potentially going towards a game 3. I think that has been very quickly stuffed in the bag, as we've already had 15 minutes, got this bottom lane tier 2 down. You're sitting at a 10,000 gold lead. I can do the math on that one for OMG.
Nicely done. Okay.
Do you know what's worse? I used to work in finance. And I have been consistently messing up my my math problems here, so...
Well,
sorry for everyone.
That's right. I think a lot of investors, a lot of people involved with the finance industry will be glad you're out of it.
Yeah. Here, look, I used to have Excel. I don't have Excel on the desk. That's my problem, all right?
It's a shame. You can't do your League of Legends spreadsheets.
Exactly. Yeah.
No 5-head for you, sir. Well, this game being done, what a great chance to talk about OMG's success in Game 2. If OMG played like this, they wouldn't be 0-4. This wouldn't be OMG's first series win if they can close this out. They're in a 10k gold lead in 16 minutes, so they definitely should with another Rift Herald in hand. But point being that this was kind of the OMG we saw in spring, which had hopes for playoffs, which we wouldn't be calling a bottom 2-tier team pretty indefinitely with the failures they've had.
And this is the thing. If you can look at the matches that they've had so far against RNG, V5, EDG, Top Esports, and say, look, these are actually pretty tough teams when you look at the LPL. And that's where I'm like, okay, fair. It's hard to pick up wins against some of these teams. But when I look at the way OMG have been losing these matches, that's the big issue that I have. People like SMLZ getting caught out. Icon making these strange plays, but at least now in this game, they seem to be back on point. Icon looks far more comfortable on this Zoe pick. Hacker has again been outstanding on this Lee Sin, and Curse looking phenomenal on the Renekton in the top.
Because I believe that the individual wins, V5 and top esports for OMG, was when Icon was on Zoe. I know further down the track, I believe I have another OMG game coming up later in the week. When I say that, I mean like a Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. And my point of conversation was going to be Icon's win rate on Zoe, because it seems to be his most successful champion here in summer. And it also seems to be a point of interest for OMG as a unit. So there is a lot to kind of unravel with OMG's style as they push down the mid lane another time here with the inner turret on the line. But that's already been taken down. So Rift Herald ready for the charge towards the inhibitor. Bottom lane Icon sitting there comfortably, while DMO, they have to commit Twyla and Xiaopeng to backing to try and defend this turret. As Mountain Dragon on the horizon. That's OMG's no matter what, with an 11k gold lead. And gold keeps stacking up. As coming back to that, just remember that OMG picking up a win against V5 was important, but they couldn't do it in the series win. They got an individual game win. That's kind of what separates them from the mid-tier, because that's where V5 slot in right now. Where does OMG slot in? Well, towards the bottom, above DMO, it looks like.
I want to go back to a point that you did make an Icon, though. We have seen this Zoe out from him before at 3 other occasions, and everyone has been a loss, unfortunately. So this would be a 25% win rate if they do pick up the win here in this game, which is a far cry from that big ult that we had.
Hey, well, Shubin is now going to deal with this Renekton. Yuumi has a lot of healing. That's nice, as Curse might actually go down. Healed up with the wild growth. It's thank you, Lulu.
Oh,
and it is a bit of a lulu, isn't it? Yeah, Shubin. Welcome to the LPL, my good friend. As double kill goes on over, Twyla gets a kill. And that's the third one for DMO this game, as he's now going to reach into a paddle star. I don't think Icon needs it. This Zoe's so fed. Troll Wobble cleansed away from. Icon has a cleanse himself. Give him the flash. Give him the kill. 8-0-3 with 2 items. And OMG might be able to get a couple of inhibitors at the least and lead to a game end.
Yes, the SMLZ is able to push in this mid. Curse and Icon will be able to push in this top lane, and you can have the rest of OMG just go and join them in this top lane. Xiaopeng can't do very much in either contributes.
I'm going to try anyway. There's a redemption available in case the gauge goes on in through the mid lane. Now the turret goes down, and we're 19 minutes in. This gold lead continues forward. It's 13k, I think, Dagda.
Yeah.
So.
And here's the thing. You're now looking at OMG who come back. You got the first Baron of the game just about to spawn, but with how far ahead they are, they should be able to do this no problem, or else just turn aggressively on towards DMO.
Do they need to? I guess it's super easy with Aphelios, right? Aphelios Lulu, and it's just...
And Aphelios with an and Runan's Hurricane already completed plus Lulu.
And maybe he's going to have an extra kill on top of that, because Icon's found the pick again. He actually steals it away. That's an easy one. Icon even survives with the Unleashed Power coming through, as Shubin is relying on Mitsuki this game, but the healing is not enough.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out so far. 1-6 for the bottom lane, but I think they've had a lot of pressure on them this series, and it's a little bit unfair to kind of expect much from Shubin here. Not so much in that his play has worked out too hot, as I say. He takes a massive blow to the face, but he hasn't really had the protection on DMO.
Oh my god, look at it go down.
Yeah, welcome to Enchanter supports, ladies and gentlemen, for Aphelios.
He does quite a lot of damage. Yeah. I mean, the extra shurikens are ridiculous. Limit it to 6 or something. The fact that he gets about 10,000 or 200, whatever you want to call it, is beyond belief at this point. I think Aphelios is a great champion. Okay, Chalice is just dead.
Monkey is a lot happier than he actually probably feels right now.
I love the Chinese voice actor for Wukong and the sound effects. They're really, really cool. There's a couple of champions that I think are pretty awesome. Like Orianna as well. Look, Curse, he doesn't have Dominance here. He's probably dead, but it means absolutely nothing. OMG have already won this game and just playing around. Good shutdown. Doesn't mean much. We'll look towards top side. We have a Baron up OMG, and that took a lot of resources from DMO. Now, here we go.
It does suck for OMG, though, because you can't spread this Baron buff across everyone, but at the end of the day, they're still massively far ahead. They're looking at a 15,000 gold lead for them. SMLZ should be able to push in this top wave. You've even got Hacker and Icon moving over, and how much damage Icon has right now, if he can hit anyone underneath this turret, it's got to be an instant back or an instant death for him.
Yeah, probably the death option. He's got both summoners, so that seems like the likely option.
I wanted to be positive, okay? I wanted to give them at least something to dream of. Surviving an Icon battle style.
Have you heard, what's your favorite voice actor? Because your client recently has turned back into Chinese, correct?
Yeah.
What is your favorite? Because you play a lot of support.
Yeah.
Is it Ramus? Have you heard? Have you heard, James?
I haven't, no.
He doesn't speak much either, to be quite fair.
Does he just say okay or doi? Doi? I'm not very good.
I don't know. I haven't heard him. Because, you know, English is, okay, yeah. All right, you know, like he's got 3 lines, and they just rinse and repeat. I actually don't know if in Chinese it's the same. You just yes. So, somebody has been doing his lessons.
We'll be starting them soon.
Yeah.
Just as DMO will hopefully start to defend their base soon, but it's not looking too hot for them.
Dude, this one's in the sink, right? DMO have opened their door today. There's a sink there.
Not again.
And they've asked themselves, would we let that sink in? Because it's definitely sinking into OMG as they run towards the Nexus. There is no one who stands up to Icon. There is no one who can defend this game. This has been in the bin for 13 minutes now, and OMG are putting in the finishing touches on their workbench known as the 2-0.
Yeah, they look like they're going back towards this Mountain Dragon. The soul is going to be nice, but it's not really going to add too much here. Yeah, this is pretty much done for at this stage.
What is it? SMLZ decided he just walked back and didn't want to be a part of it at all. Okay. You take what you can get. It's rare to see a Mountain Rift. I don't think we've seen a lot of Infernal and Ocean over the past couple of days.
Yeah, but look, either way, OMG looking a hell of a lot better in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Much cleaner. Icon looking far better on his Zoe. And I think this is where we kind of go, okay, maybe this is now the glimpses that we're seeing of what potentially could be for OMG once they start to get things back.
I don't know. That's very optimistic of you. I think you need to see this glimpse against a greater team. Because granted, against top esports, they had a game where OMG did look a lot better, but it was so back and forth, and it was more criticizing top esports for a game.
Maybe they become like the BLG. You know, you see these glimpses of this amazing team, and then they just Brune everything.
There was a different swear word. Very different word. Something about the bed and what's in it, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Or the best one I like to use is
they have to remake the bed of what has been an unsuccessful.
You know what I use? I use up the creek without a paddle. Yeah. That's the best one to do to cover your swearing. This game should have been over. OMG, again, finishing touches while minions towards the top side. Twilight needs to pay respect. And Hacker will find the engage here eventually. But with the Mountain Soul, the shielding coming through will just put them at a happy place.
How much damage does this do? Shubin?
Oh, and oh no, Aphelios. No, he's towards the Nexus. That was very, very close. I think he hit him with a Calibrum.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Calibrum Infernum, and it just, that range is still quite ridiculous. As OMG finally get all the inhibitors. Hacker tries to go on in. He's got a bit too far forward. He goes golden in the nick of time while Moonlight Vigil doesn't connect. And OMG, you're so far ahead. Just run at the turrets. Icon picks up a kill. Curse is now here. And Dagda, do you want to say it or should I?
OMG don't know when they're going to feel this again, so they're making the most of it.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, there we go.
Nexus turrets down, and OMG with a 2-0. Game 2 looking a lot better than Game 1. That's what they need. Their first series win of LPL Summer.
At least it's the first step on our road. We'll have to see what the destination will be of that journey. Look, OMG looking a lot better here. We saw glimpses of strength from them against top esports. We're now seeing glimpses of that strength again here today, but they really do need to tighten the ship. I mean, when the wind is blowing their way, hey, look, it's smooth sailing, but it's when you've actually got to battle the storm that's where we need to see what OMG can.
I mean, I don't know who's on the ship in this one, but Dominus need to have a hard look at themselves, and I know I've been very hard on Dominus. I've been very hard on both these teams, but at this point, they do not look like they are mid-tier team material. They look like they're very separated from everyone else, especially Dominus, after what we've seen. Not a great look, not a great start to the split. Now sitting 0-4. OMG 1-4.
I think again though, looking at the positives, I've been super impressed with Hacker. I think he's really starting to come into, despite being on a bottom tier team, one of the better junglers that we do have. He's been really performing well, controlling the early stages of the game. His mechanics are on point as well on this Lee Sin. I know a bit messy towards the end there, but otherwise I still think Hacker has looked absolutely incredible on this.
Yeah, I mean, Hacker has looked a lot better. And props to OMG for, again, their first series win, I think is an important part. I was looking across here and I said in game that, you know, for... Get EDG sooning out of here. For... That's a while ago.
I don't even know I was there.
For... against V5 and top esports, like individual game wins showed the prowess and what OMG are capable of, as you're talking about in that game. But it does need to be that level of consistency. That's what they struggled with at the end of 2020 spring. The problems were that Icon kind of fell off a bit. SMLZ started playing a bit casually. And then Cold was, God knows, doing what. That series, a lot more consistent for Cold, which was good. But OMG still got a ways to go.
And I think looking over at DMO, then we're starting to see potentially what these new guys on the block can do. I mean, Chalitza looked relatively okay. Chubin unfortunately didn't get a huge amount of support, it felt like, in this team. Yeah, I'm still... I mean,
how do you talk about this team? Like, Chalitza on Vici Gaming had some moments, but he was never a standout player. That's why Cube came through, and he was the 18-year-old who looks so much better. Chalitza struggled in that game because there was a lot of pressure towards the top side, and Icon did not struggle. And Twilight didn't have the same performance as game number 1. It was all downhill from there.
Yeah, I imagine that we're going to be seeing Icon picking up the MVP here, and I think it's rightly deserved. I mean, yes, we got Hacker, who was off to a great start and set them up with that early play, but Icon getting that roam out, matching the 3v3 we got on that topside jungle at the first 5 to 6 minutes into the game, really did set up Icon where 1-1-1 across the board for top, jungle, and mid, and from there, Icon just built this empire in this game.
I have to say, SMLZ didn't do anything. He did 6k damage as an Aphelios who had a team that's 15k gold with a Lulu. Yeah. So that just kind of shows the bottom lane didn't do anything.
I think everyone was kind of dead from Icon by the time he got in range.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that's also true. That's why Icon did so much.
It was kind of like you've got... Like, Icon was the older brother playing this game, and then you had SMLZ, whose controller wasn't actually plugged in, and it was just Icon playing.
And just helping him out with his other finger. Yeah, that's very nice. Just a quick update for you, because while we'll seal off DMO in this series, their schedule becomes pretty hard. JDG is on Tuesday, Sooning Saturday, and then the Monday after EDG. Yeah. So DMO are very much cosplaying V5 and Summer.
Yeah.
They don't have an individual game win yet. They are 0-4 and equally 0-8 in game score.
Yeah, which is insane. I mean, look, they've got... It's sad to see, because Sino Dragons coming in was kind of like, oh, these guys are all the friends. These are the guys that came up from the LDL. Then they get towards the later stage and see Chang Hong is gone, and then now we got Gal and Mark are gone, and now it's kind of just Xiaopeng and Twilight holding down the fort, and unfortunately they just haven't been able to get in the caliber of players to try and keep boosting them up those levels.
But what was such an exciting jungler?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Twilight, I wasn't surprised about Twilight in 2019. Wasn't the greatest laner. And Xie coming in was meant to fill some of the gaps of DMO in 2020 summer. That didn't happen either. So there's a lot of problems with DMO. We'll leave them there. We have been sweeping them under for quite a while, and we'll continue to do so, I'm sure. OMG, on a lighter note, LNG on Wednesday. Rogue Warriors on the Thursday afterwards. BLG in week 6. That's a turn of events. They've had a hard start of the schedule, as you said in game 2. Good change.
And this is the thing. If there's ever a time for OMG to have these few missteps, it is against the caliber of teams they did. Because it's always going to be tough, even when they're on form, to pick up wins against top, against EDG, and against at least the RNG that we're seeing at the moment. I mean, RNG look like a completely new beast. So if they're going to fumble, this is the time to do it, but they need to get themselves righted very quickly. Otherwise, as you said, when they come up to these games where you're kind of like, okay, now we need to see OMG picking up the wins, well, if they're still playing as loose as they were in that first game, they're going to really struggle. Loose
is a good word for it. For OMG, let's talk highlight players again, because coming in MVP, as you said, it'll be Icon, even though it's probably... Now, Hacker was definite game 1. I think Icon in game 2 did play quite well. Well deserved. and the bottom lane was very quiet. It was Icon, by the way. We'll show it for you now. Bring up that mid laner who did 50%.
And he's on the camera, Asterix. He made it. He's on the camera.
I mean, they didn't want to show him during Game 2 pick and ban at all. And there you go. He finally gets his moment in the sun with his first MVP of LPL Summer.
Yeah, and well played from Icon. As you said, a heap of damage from this guy. And this was the play that really set it up for Icon, where you get a triple kill for OMG. And from there, Icon, even though he didn't really start to move in the early game to match Twyla's roams towards the top lane, he realized, hey, I don't need to. I can just farm it up, get to a point where I can take over in these later stages, or at least in that mid-game fight. And it just became absolutely demolished from Icon.
That heal in the first play was so clutch. Then he got Triumph, and then Hacker came back into the fight. I apologize. I totally missed that. But even like towards the end, where Icon was so consistent throughout this game, and it's good to see because OMG, as we've seen in the past, lives or dies with someone like Icon being consistent and also up to the plate.
And you can see here just how much damage that this Zoe was doing. And even in that very last fight where Nerdy just one-shotting the enemy AD carry was just never going to be a fun time.
It's very good to see. So Icon and even Curse in that game having a much better time. A lot of pressure put towards him in that mid-game where DMO took him down but sacrificed so much to do so. So props with the top side of the map. SMLC and Cold still got a bit of work to do, I would say, at the very least. So yeah, OMG, I don't know what you say from here, but you say well done for defeating what it looks like the worst team in the LPL in Summer. Can they do anything else against the likes of LNG, Rogue Warriors, and BLG?
I don't have an answer for you. I mean, look, we're seeing completely different OMGs from day to day, even within game to game. So I'm not sure what we're going to see out of them, especially when we do go into those series.
I will say, though, a 2-0 is good because for OMG, at least taking down DMO, we get past that one. We now set ourselves up for LGD and Top Esports, a series that I expect is going to be so much better. First versus second, reset, recharge. LPL audience, come back when you're ready. We'll see you then.
撞下大招一刮，妖姬下到一个半血，这个塔应该守不掉了。闪现一捏，捏回来，这大了回来。这边复活血量下的很低，赶紧交两的 W， 用 W 回端复制 W 回到了自己的高地塔之内。这边关的是谁？关的是 Sen， 关的是一个 EZ。EZ 这里躲在一个 Q 技能，但是要被被动给烫死了。这边吃到了一个终结的人头，回头还要继续打。这一波感觉铁蛋的作战能力还不错啊，但是自己还是最后一死血，会不会死？鳄鱼收下这个人头，鳄鱼天神下凡，现在就宛如一个战神，没有一个人可以打得动他。 一点优势，
打开局面。
哎，一剑定到这边交出一个水晶之弹，回头有个勾到之前勾到是一个锤石，锤石这里他是开出一个余震，自己比较肉，能够拉掉了，而在这里没有做出血手的，AD 是被死亡之舞流血致死。回头一个 E 技能练一下，练到是一个铁男，但是也被关在轮回绝境里面。Fofo 一个 W 躲一下 Q 技能，再交一个 W， 再交一个 R， 但走不掉，再交一个 W 回到原地，没有作用，没有任何的作用，微微收掉了 Fofo 的人头。 追上去，但是并没有杀掉人。Fofo 想要追，想要拉一个飞行，看能不能够击杀掉。一个拉，再
一炮双响，接好了。
鳄鱼也有 TP， 京东怎么想？怎么说？这时候要打完吗？要打完可能会出事的。猴子想一想，这个时候要进大招转一圈，多肯这里非常危险，被吞了一口。Betty 在里面滑，继续滑，这边又是要塔姆的一个人头，闪现过去 ，Betty 变成了一个龙腾战神，又是抽掉艾希的人头，大招也拉到2个，这一波牙哥也走不掉了，2G 打了一波大获全胜。
迎接浩劫吧！
大头这边抓了一个6。 就这个位置开了一个大招，
有点危险。W 定一下伤害好高，一个 Q 技能，再一个 E， 直接把卢克给秒掉了！我天哪！
他这波可以选择往下面 E， 但是可能是得知了下面有个船长，但这一波
还要再打一个绿毛也有点危险，他居然打下了一个双杀，
没有退路了。 谁是砧板上的下一盘肉？
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
I promise always to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll tell you, from the bottom of my heart, I'm glad we are over OMG and DMO. I'm glad they 2-0'd. We are now on to a great series in LGD vs Top Esports. First versus second here in the LPL Summer. I'm Asterix, this is Dagda, and we are free.
We've made it. We've made it to the promised land.
sorry.
We've made it to LGD versus Top Esports, and I cannot wait to get this done.
From the bottom to the top, we're at the top of the barrel. Again, first versus second. And for Top Esports, the MSC champions, the finalists of spring. For LGD, disappointment to fans for at least 4 or 5 years now. 5 years, let's call it. There has been a lot of expectations of LGD in the past, but this split, now they're back on.
Yeah, and they've been looking absolutely spectacular with a very new roster, at least bringing in a lot of veterans to this. And on paper, these guys look absolutely amazing.
They really do. Would you like to start? Because at this point, we have to pull class in. Because OMG and DMO, they flunked.
Ring the bell.
Yeah, the bell's gone. They're late to class. They're ditching school. They're, you know, who knows what they're doing instead. These are our top students, and we start with LGD. And now that class is in session, let's talk about our students a little bit here. Dagda Langxing, a standout who in the past has been bullied a little bit.
I've been incredibly impressed with this student's performance, to be honest. But I think one of the big things is that he keeps bragging about all this new money that's been given to him and this Hecarim, this new pony that he's managed to get his hands on. He's looking great with it, though, and happy, as he said, to get away from some of the naysayers, some of the people that were trying to put him down in his own school.
You don't want to see that, and he's made new friends with his jungler in Peanut. Now, Peanut is the kind of student who achieves, you know, great things or horrible things. And in this new environment, you have to say that international honor is coming in pretty strong. And Of course, he always has that tendency to kick people behind, but he's in the exceptional class, he's in the advanced class. We don't care about that.
Exactly, and I mean, he's been working well with Shie as well, who I've come a bit fond of Shie. He's got multiple different styles to him. He can either be the A+ student, but also willing to go and help his other classmates, going to their desks, making sure their projects are going well for them. Really just an all-rounder when it comes to it.
It's important, and even though these guys all stick together, you have to remember down those two friends in Kramer and Mark. And we start with Kramer, who is still a really good student, but Dag, do you know this well? He's been reprimanded a couple of times.
God, it's such a pain to deal with. Such a good student, but unfortunately he's got caught by the hallway monitor being where he shouldn't be too often. This guy really needs to put his head down and just focus to just become one of the top guys.
And you have to remember as well, Mark, he's that transfer student who's come in as well. So these guys, they're brothers now, and we look at them, we've given them A to S+, but to get that true S+, it'll depend on them going against top esports.
Yeah, they are working very well together whenever they do go out on their field trips in that big fives, making sure that they're able to all work coordinated. They're doing great, but it does come to where they've got to keep their eyes focused on the rest of everything else that is going on around them, not just focusing on, you know, the other school that's in front of them.
It's super hard because we know they're competitive, and when you're in the advanced class, you stay competitive, right? And what we've seen so far from LGD, as they all want to learn more and they're continuing to grow and advance. While for top esports, we've been bragging about them for a while. They're the kind of class that the parents will be talking about to the other parents, and you can't help but get annoyed at how much they're yapping.
Yeah, well, we got to look at 369 first. He's an excellent student, but unfortunately got found with a bit of contraband. Fake dye in the backpack that he only with the number 9 on them.
I mean, that's unfortunate, such a top student, but if he's, you know, changing the game, then we have to talk to him about that a little bit later. We'll talk to his parents first, but I want you to bring me to Casa because as a student, he has been a standout in the past. He's now kind of rising to success again.
Yeah, well, in the first semester, he didn't have the best of starts, but coming into our second semester here in the LPL, he's been getting on a lot better with the other students, has been working with them at their desks, making sure that everything is going well for them with their projects, and especially setting up nights. It has been working wonderful for them. Everyone in the school knows Knight.
Everyone knows that his performance is great. They just want to see his papers reach that international level. So we're still waiting for that one. While for Jackie Love, everyone in the world's seen his papers. The problem is, Dag, a bit of that confidence.
Yeah, he got a bit overconfident against not only OMG's code, but OMG school as a whole, where getting caught out several times, but still an overachiever, a world-class performer, I gotta say.
What do you think about Yu Yanjia, though? Because you've been teaching him for a while, and it's important to note that he is kind of new to the class.
He is new to the class, but he had this weird obsession with hooks and Threshes and Nautiluses and Yumis and Cats, and I was like, it's a bit strange, but we have seen him diversify that champion pool, and at least now we're looking a lot better when he's got himself in order.
I think we're seeing things like the anchors come in as well there, which for the rest of top esports, for their class, they seem to enjoy it, and he's become a firm member. He's assimilated into the group. He's no longer that outsider that we're worried about, you know, telling his parents that he was.
Yeah, and I mean, look, when he was the underachiever in the class, we all got a little bit worried, but everyone is grouped together. They're now working to bolster him, and it really has become a class effort to get it across.
So far, we've looked at the individuals. What was your grade you gave to LGD for their first semester in spring?
For the first semester, it was a little bit lackluster for me. It was starting to at least get together. Peanut was trying to outperform, but couldn't quite get the rest of the class in order. So I would have given them maybe a C+. C+. Wasn't looking great, but coming into summer, it's been looking a lot better. They've obviously been putting in the work at home. Their homework's on time. The essays are looking great. It's starting to look about a B+ for me. Maybe pushing that A- grade. We'll have to see what the average is going to be after this.
You're going to tell me for top esports, because it is competitive, as you know, in top esports, going up against LGD with first versus second. Top esports being the best performing students at the moment.
Well, it's hard not to give them the A+, right? I mean, they're coming off of a second place in spring finals. A little bit unfortunate. They were very disappointed. I got a letter from their mother. They were heartbroken about it. But moving on then, we got to the mid-season. They were acing the spelling bee. They looked absolutely amazing. And then they come into summer, and it has been non-stop overachieving from these guys.
Class is now in session, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to see it's a head-to-head like no other. 5 versus 5. Desks are set up. Pens at the ready. And on your screen, one of the best performing members in Night. Now, sometimes he can go over the top, right? Sometimes he writes too much. Sometimes he doesn't write enough. But a lot of the time, when he steps in and he sits down at his desk, you know you're going to get something good.
Well, look, you know he's ready with the amount of number 2 pencils that are on his desk. He is prepared for every sort of exam, and he's been able to overperform. As he said, he's been looking absolutely stellar, and it's not only just in, you know, one subject. It's across the board. It's in all of his subjects, all the different styles of writing that he can bring. There's so much variety to this guy, and that's why we have him pegged as the best student in RPL.
And that's why it's pretty crazy. Now, report cards are set. We're working our way into this matchup, Dagdur, and coming back with a bit more of a serious note. I don't know how far we were going to take that, but at the very least...
I don't know how much further we could have, to be honest.
The biggest matchup here, I mean, there's so many. You could talk about Lungxing versus 369. You could talk about Knight versus what, you know, we're calling... where would you take this? Because I was kind of just sitting back going, well...
So, for me, I think I'm looking at the top lane. I think Lungxing has been very impactful in... Not only that he's got these more carry-orientated champions, as we just completely forgo the metaphor we've gone with here. Lungxing was looking really, really good on the likes of Hecarim and a lot more of these engage-orientated champions. And I think with his engages, they've been able to set up, even with the Wukong, has been crucial to the success of LGD. His teleports getting in onto the backline and setting up for Kramer to deal the damage. I think this is where if 369 can shut down Lungxing with Karsa's help, I think LGD are going to struggle as a result because they lose the coordinator for their team.
I mean, you're talking about coordination, and I also see, like, I wanted a specific matchup here because I was thinking Kramer versus Jackie Love, that's quite large. But for me, Peanut versus Karsa, with the influence that both these junglers have had on their teams, is super, super important. And you have, you know, big international superstar junglers going head-to-head.
And not only international, like, the amount of accolades that come with these guys from that international stage is incredible as well. So I wanted, again, as he said, you can highlight any single one of these matchups and it would be a story and a half to tell. So this is where it gets incredibly difficult to try and highlight just one or even 2 lanes. I think it is going to be across the board where we need to see the team stepping up. The big decider for me coming into this game, though, is how do LGD react to Top's macro play? Because LGD in the past, or at least in the summer, have been much more orientated towards, okay, everyone arrive at the same time. We're TP and it doesn't matter if there's objective. We are fighting, we are scrapping, we are biting tooth and nail to get into these games. Whereas Top Esports have done a very good job of not only matching that mechanical and individual performance, but being able to use their macro play to punish teams that are that aggressive like LGD.
We're here into our first versus second. LGD sitting second, of course, on the blue side, and Top Esports in first. Both 3-0, though, in series. 2 individual games dropped by LGD, only 1 dropped by Top Esports, and it was against OMG recently. So we'll see how this fares, because already the change in bans coming into this series is completely different.
The Kaisa ban is super interesting for me. A lot of respect shown to Jackie Love for that pick, and it is something that we've seen creep up a little bit into the AD carries, but still very much behind the likes of the Aphelios and these sort of things.
We've also seen the likes of like the Kale be picked up by 369. We know they pair very well together. Pause because LGD decide the priority is going to go towards Kramer and the Ezreal. Aphelios is still open. Pretty standard so far.
The thing with the Kale, though, is we usually see it into the likes of an Ornn, but Ornn banned away. That's why I was so surprised to see the Kaisa ban. Maybe they were preempting, okay, we want to go for the Ornn for Lungxing, but I still think the likes of these Wukongs and Hecarims and all those sort of the bullies in the top lane, the bruisers in the top lane was the word I was looking for, will do a lot better for this squad.
We still expect to see something maybe like the Wukong, which is available. We're going to pause again because this time around, Leona into Thresh, not something you normally see, but Mark decides on it.
It does mean you've got a really strong team fight coming out from LGD, though, because you've got this Ezreal who's going to be able to keep himself safe. You've got a great roaming support in the Leona, but also works well in team fights alongside this Trundle. So far, I like what LGD are doing, and I imagine then they're still going to go back towards this heavy engage option for Lungxing. See what Xie wants to go with. Always that option to go back towards the Twisted Fate, which he looks really, really good on in previous series, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the case.
Has been favouring it quite a lot, while Lungxing is going to lose that Wukong we're talking about a bit before. First pick on red side coming out of this second ban phase, as you all know. So LGD, They can take away top esports solo lanes. Knight Zoe should never be left in his hands, but they're going to take away the Orianna instead.
Yeah, so looking at what top esports have gone for so far, you've got Graves who should be able to dictate this early pace of the jungle. So you're going to be looking to see, okay, well, what things can work well and just kind of getting towards those later stages, having strong impacts in team fights, because realistically, Peanut is going to struggle in this matchup. So at least scaling towards those later game stages is what LGD are looking to do here. Or at least, sorry, that mid-game point.
Yeah. I'm waiting for this last ban, though. Mid laner for Knight. He has a lot of priority in the past, and there you go. So he's going to be taken away. He is still a big Echo player, though. Just keep that in the back of your mind. It's what got him to Challenger, while a Karma locked into a solo lane. Knight does not strike me as the Karma player.
We've seen Karma really rise up, though, and the funny thing is that there's not a huge amount of reasoning behind it. It just got played, and people went, oh, hang on a second, this is really good. You can play this top for 369, and you could play it mid lane for Knight. So there is the potential here that top esports are going to put this top lane and go, right, we'll just neutralize this top lane. Longxing, we understand you've been such a big engage tool for LGD. Well, if we nullify you in that top side, well, what can we have the rest of our map do?
But this could be massive, because this could be saying the solo lane presence is what we want to look towards. Longxing is a tank player. Volibear in 10.12 has had some minor buffs. Are we going to see our first Volibear of the LPL?
No!
Longxing, the fans are not a fan of you. As Renekton's going to be put in top lane now for the counter pick.
There's still the opportunity here if you want to still put the Karma top, does well into it. But we'll have to see what 369 wants to go towards. Either way, though, LGD right now have a very strong front-to-back team fight. You've got great engage tools with Leona, a Trundle Pillar to set up and enable this Renekton, and you've got this massive damage dealers in the Cassiopeia and the Ezreal.
Well, you got the Jace for 369, a personal comfort for him. Looking to challenge that top lane. Well, you want to see what Knight can do mid against the Cassiopeia. Very different compositions. We've got essentially 2.5 AD carries to the side of top esports.
But the thing with top esports is, look how many people you have that utilize Karma's itemization. When you go towards the likes of Ardent Sensor, well, Graves benefits, Jace benefits, Aphelios massively benefits, and you've got a bunch of these Athene, but a nice little bit of poke rounding out this top esports comp between the Karma, the Jace. So overall, this is a nice style from top esports where the little bit of poke, their team fight is pretty nice, and it's more about trying to hype back from LGD and seeing if they can just keep this this snowball rolling where they're moving backwards and not getting caught out.
I mean, you use the word snowball. That's what top esports are about. They win their lanes, they win their game, they group up, and their sheer pressure destroys teams. While for LGD, set up through the team fighting, you talked a little bit about it before, and how Xie comes into this comp to run it through for LGD in game 1.
I do feel a little bit sorry for Longxing in this game, though, because with the composition that LGD have, it's going to be pretty hard for him to try and get into these fights unless he's been enabled by Mark with these big ultimates coming through in the Leona, because there is the potential that, look, you're just having these acceleration gates, you're having the speed up coming through from the Karma, and you're always trying to play catch up to the fight and never really being able to get on top of them.
Curious to see, though, because we're going into game 1, first versus second. Yes, we've given our report cards out. Top esports, of course, have the best grade in the LPL school, but LGD are not too far behind them. 3-0, 2 individual games lost is nothing. And LGD, if they could silence top esports here, if they can pick up a series win, they will be our current best LPL team. LGD fans, the pants would be off. And suddenly hope would be given back to fans who haven't had it for a very long time, at least for real. For top esports, meant to be the best team here, they've got to hold on to their title by picking up a much-needed win against LGD. And in game 1, we return to a mid lane that is very different once again. You got Phase Rush versus Unsealed Spellbook with double Phase Rush towards the top side, but Unsealed Spellbook in the LPL has become, let's just say, very common.
Yeah, especially on mid laners that are a little bit more utility based, where you're looking at the Karmas, the Gallios, and this sort of thing. And it works out well here. You're not going to be pressured too heavily as Knight by Xie. You can just clear the wave. You can play out of range with your shield and your speed up to get past any sort of miasma tricky business. So Knight should have a fine time. So having this Unsealed Spellbook gives them a lot more options when it comes to team fights and being a more utility focus for top esports.
Also the option to move into Cleanse there as well. Notice that Jackie Love has his own. So somebody used against a Cassiopeia, of course, or even the Renekton if he gets behind there. Well, it's Phase Rush Trundle once again. So we've seen this a little bit. It's come overseas to, I'm not sure if the LCK is running it, but we saw this a lot in MSC.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's... Ooh, hang on. Yeah,
no, it's only a Zenith played with Aftershock. It depends how the trade comes in after that. Level 1 Aphelios, he doesn't have his Q yet.
Yeah, I like the Phase Rush Trundle. It means you've got a lot more potent gank pressure, and you, especially against the composition like has been drafted by top esports, where you're going to struggle to get in. Having that extra speed up and being able to have access to both the Phase Rush and the Nimbus Cloak is going to be super useful in getting on top of this top esports comp.
Weird though that we're looking at runes for Xie, who has Transcendence. That's fine, you know, mana flow ban, but he's got Scorch. So a bit more damage in lane, but you think about the other options in that tree.
Yeah,
the Gathering Storm is so much more popular.
So much more.
Cassiopeia.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, especially when you're looking at, okay, you've got Jackie Love there, that's only really the champion that's going to scale super well into the late game for top esports. Whereas you've got Ezreal who will do super well, you've got this Cassiopeia who's going to do amazing. You could just go Gathering Storm and look to answer for the late game of top esports and play that way, but Scorch for lane, trying to see if you can bully out Knight. I don't really think you're going to be able to do too much against this Karma.
I don't know what we're seeing in the bottom. I see Huya and I see Cat. Now, of course, you all remember Cat was on the Dan Gaming roster that came through when Top Esports first promoted into the LPL. Now he's actually a caster and is here today. But we're looking towards bottom side. Ignore me, because Peanut is going to force his flash right on top of Yuya and Jar. First blood immediately given over to LGD. That move, instant for the first blood.
And it's fantastic to again see Peanut having so many lanes that he can play around. We talked about him playing towards Longxing in the opening teacher's note. Well, he can also play towards mid, and we now see him playing towards bot, setting up Kramer and Mark and getting that first blood over to the Ezreal.
A+ given over, and yeah, you mentioned it, Ezreal gets first blood, and Kramer, especially towards the end of 2019 and the start of 2020, Kramer has this carry potential. And when he hits his high level, he hits one of the highest in the LPL.
And the thing here as well is that Karsa hasn't been able to answer for anything. Usually what Top would like to see happen is Peanut makes a play, but Karsa takes everything on the opposite side of the map. Every jungle camp, every scuttle crab, but there's nothing on the top side right now for Karsa to steal away, so Peanut can still go back towards this bottom side jungle and not lose out for actually making that play happen.
It's such a big bonus. Scuttle secured on the bottom side as well for LGD, and now I'm curious because no summoners were burnt, bar the flash for Yu Yanja, who's come back to lane in his only level 2. Kramer and Mark sharing 3 down there as well. But right now going towards the top side, and Peanut will be spotted out by the ward place. So Carson may not have gotten camps, but he gets information here for the enemy jungle.
Let's see how 369 is going to try and play around this, though. At the moment, he's going to be pretty happy that the wave is at least pushing back out towards him, so won't have to worry too much about Peanut trying to get in towards the top side, especially with that flash and Trundle blown. Those ganks become a little bit less potent.
He's been bullying out Longxing in this top lane too. You notice a Cull start, so pretty confident with the longsword alongside it to continue pushing Longxing back in this lane. Used TP to get back there, but so did Longxing, so top laners both don't have that mobility, but Xie and Knight do. Remember, unsealed spellbook on the Karma, so with the TP available, we'll just wait and see what becomes of that. It's going to be the first back with the Fiendish Codex first for Knight versus the Tier and another Sapphire Crystal for Xie, while Top Esports are starting up the Mountain Dragon. Priority mid with the shove. This is going to be easily secure.
Yeah, Knight got a nice early back there, so managed to come into lane without having to use that teleport. Shoving in that mid wave means that Xie now will lose a minion or two, but not too much. But it does mean they can't really contest for the Dragon. Honestly, though, I don't think LGD were ever really going to contest here. You're Kramer still waiting for him to build up, or at least build a tier. Xie's gone for this tier build as well. So you're both waiting on these two carries for LGD to come online. It'll be a while before they're looking to actually contest any sort of objectives.
A second, third Dragon when they finally hit their first item. Well said. We've got our Ezreal down the bottom lane who picked up first blood, who's behind a little bit of CS himself, but Peanut continues to hover around this lane. Jackie Love and Yu Yanja have to pay respect, while Kramer and Mark get friended by Peanut in this game 1.
And look, trying to play towards this bottom side where you've got Mark at least who's hovering to help him take these scuttles. I like this because you've already got the wave pushing in. It's more about having your support network there and making sure your friends are by your side.
Also, top lane, you know, is going to absorb pressure from Longxing, right? That's what he's going to do against the Jace matchup. While mid, bottom, really benefiting from Peanut being nearby. You look at the control and vision towards that bottom side river, it's everywhere. There's no movement that can be made by top esports towards this bottom side without LGD knowing about it.
So when we get towards these later stage fights, I'm kind of curious to see how top esports play this composition, because we saw them play a very similar style in MSC against FPX, and they weren't quite able to get it running. They were overly aggressive and gave the opportunity for FPX to turn on them. And with the comp that LGD are running in this game, they have a very similar opportunity thanks to
Oh, hang on though. Lungxing topside dominance has been used. Flash is available for both. We got very close there, but now that the ulti's burned, 369 will continue poking away. Doesn't have TP though and is low on mana, so I might hold on that thought.
Yeah, the phase rush doing a good job there to just maneuver 369 out of harm's way. So Lungxing though, healed up nicely. He's going to be able to at least get a turret plate.
That's a big win.
Yeah, especially when you're against the Jace like this. But this is very much a back and forth matchup where 369 can use his range to abuse it, but Lungxing can get aggressive on towards this Jace and go for trades like that, heal up, and then end up winning when it comes to the long game.
Because you look at the back now as well, where the wave is, could be quite favorable. We'll keep touching that because me reading mini-maps is not always the greatest thing. As Ninja Tabi was picked up on the return back as well, while Serrated Dirk for 369. And you look at where the wave is now, it's pushing back against him. So yeah, this is pretty good for Lungxing. And Mark roaming around for the potential of getting that top lane gank.
Hey look, it's 8 minutes. We got a Rift Herald. Everyone's going to be going towards this top side, except for the 280 carries, which I do like. Keeping these guys down on the bottom side, letting them farm up, duke it out for a little bit, means that you won't lose out on any sort of minions or even giving the likes of Jackulov opportunity to press in onto this tower.
Well, the rest continue to roam. 369 pushes up anyway. He feels comfortable having the Graves top, but he's going to flash towards the rest of his team. Zenith's played to lock him down at half health with the Dark Passage. 369 gets away. The Subjugate almost ticks him over. But with that, and Xie just get them stone dead. That's the petrifying gaze from Medusa herself. LGD strike true with 3 quick kills, and the Herald becomes theirs.
Xie making plays. LGD in team fights is a thing of beauty. And my God, Xie setting that up amazingly. But Mark
might have sacrificed a little bit. While bottom lane, the solo kill in Shuriken's denied. It's minus 200 years with Kramer getting another.
And it looks like Jackulov hasn't quite fixed the issues that we saw in OMG, although nice. What?
The cameraman wasn't ready. We've had 6 kills in 9 minutes. Rift Herald's going to go down. Well, Knight gets a...
It wasn't even 9 minutes. It was like 30 seconds. That was insane.
That was pretty interesting. I'm not sure what happened on the side. But Cassiopeia, low health bar, no ultimate, of course, so you can imagine where Knight found it.
Kramer is 3-0. Kramer is huge on this Ezreal now. The Manamune finished, Sheen already completed. He's massively far ahead of Jackulov, and we're going to rewatch this because this is where 369 flashes in. It looks a little bit funky, but because he gets the Nimbus Cloak and the Phase Rush off, he's way too quick for Lungxing to catch up, and knocking back the jungler means they can't follow. But this is amazing for Xie. Kramer picks up the kill as well with the True Shot Barrage, and from there LGD just close out. But I want to see what happens. It looks like Knight might have just spotted. No, actually Xie went to the lane to clear out the wave, thought that Knight had backed, but ends up getting caught out while we get the solo kill in the bottom lane.
Oh, okay. Well, even though he got that many shurikens, probably not the plays. The flash forward onto Xie. He doesn't have flash from the last fight. Great petrifying gaze yet again. Wants to take the jungler down with him, but I don't know about that one. It's going to be a kill going over tonight while Peanut tries to turn onto Casa. More action meters. The flash forward with the box down. Dark Passage. Let's get more blood in the LPL. A kill goes over to Jackulov.
And this is exactly how both these teams are going to play. LGD finding the team fights that they want, whereas Top Esports trying to use these macro plays to pick up advantages. Wave shoved in the bottom side means that you can have Yuanji and Jackulov move, but they do want to try and move back down to this bottom lane now to stop Kramer just accelerating this gold lead. He already has 300 gold bounty of himself.
Yeah.
This is exactly how I wanted this game to
is
start.
so much better than DMO and OMG by a full mile. And you can see it's turret plating for turret plating with Jackulov getting his results in the mid lane. And as you mentioned, Kramer picking up some of his solo gold on the bottom side as well. So we've got an early game where it's only about 600 or 800 gold lead for LGD. Because Top Esports keep getting these kills.
So this is the solo kill where Knight ends up running over towards Mark. Shie moves to help, but unfortunately gets completely abandoned. And Knight, does a very good job of being able to win out. But this is why you can go for Unsealed Spellbook in this matchup. It works super well against the Cassiopeia. Now, though, we're still seeing, okay, Shie hasn't been able to pick up a kill, but you can definitely see how impactful this Cassiopeia can be in fights. But we're looking at Kramer now, who's picked up a lot of golden experience. And I think Longxing and Peanut may struggle in these fights just because it's going to be difficult for them to try and get on towards Knight, 369, and even when you got Yuanji placing down the box and keeping them at bay, but at least they're healthy enough at the moment that they can be these meat bags, just absorb all the damage top esports are putting down, so that then Kramer, who can deal damage from afar, get onto top esports, should be able to carry alongside Shie.
I mean, Shie right now has the Archangel Staff. It's the only item in his inventory. It's not often in League of Legends you see only one item, but of course Cassiopeia, no boots. Lol. We've got a Rift Herald down on the bottom side though. Gonna get the full charge with turret plating still available, while here comes the Solar Flare. Shie has the ulti available. Knight trying to look away. Medusa doesn't have the flash, but the Petrifying Gaze sits there. While the bottom side, the turret goes down. That's a big gold swing, excuse me, with LGD. First turret blood, 1500 in the lead.
Yeah, Knight reading his Greek mythology there, doesn't fly too close to the sun and then doesn't look at Medusa either, so manages to escape away from that play. But it does mean that, at least for now, top esports will still lose out on that bottom lane turret. You're still getting this gold funneled into Kramer. Iceborne Gauntlet already completed before Jackie Love has finished his first item.
This is a good sign for LGD though. You know, while we can talk about their problems, I think the biggest issue for any team going up against top esports is challenging the individuality and keeping up with their pace. Something we used to say a lot with Invictus game.
Well, right now it's LGD controlling the pace in this game.
Yeah.
Now that you've got these two items onto Kramer, LGD can fight. Shie can still do a lot of work as this Cassiopeia, as long as he's getting those poisonous twin fangs off. And when you're looking at this next dragon, I wouldn't be afraid for LGD to fight.
Oh, it's 2 versus 1 on the top side though. 369 has his flash available. He's savoring it for now, and he manages to get away. Well, Peanut and Longxing, it's going to be ulti for them versus turret plating to be taken.
That is an example of how top esports are going to be trying to play these fights, though, to keep Longxing and Peanut just completely at bay and kite back away from them. Yuanji, though, wants to try and make this play happen top.
He doesn't have his flash available
either.
Nice
and Karsa here as well, though.
4 people there, that's right. But Longxing is being cautious, backing away. So the play kind of ends there while top esports are getting aggressive towards River, rotating mid.
This is the most dangerous time for top esports, though, where LGD have both of their teleports available and they are willing to fight anywhere. So if top esports go to make a play, what we've seen in the past is LGD would just be like, right, we don't care if there's no objectives right now, we will try and fight you anyway. But top esports, though, have done a good job of finding an opportunity where LGD on a pour back, where top esports are able to pick up the mid lane turret.
Heading towards top as well, maybe to get some damage here, or look for the pick whoever rotates first. And it's Blast Cone City once again, but one's going to be taken away. And you talk about rotations, top esports do it yet again. This is some pretty good moves, catching LGD off guard.
And this was the thing that we wanted to look out for in this game for LGD. Can they keep up with this map play from top esports? Because it's been the big missing point from LGD's game plan. The selling point for this team is that they want to fight. They're great in coordination, they're great with mechanical plays, but when it comes to controlling what's happening elsewhere, it's where they struggle. Now top esports have been able to pick up the mid tower uncontested. Top lane turret Nerdy goes down off of that play, and LGD will get this Rift Herald, but they need to start answering for how top esports are running them around.
It's kind of interesting because it's like one early back, you know, begets another, where LGD now, because of top esports backing after the top tier, will lose this Rift Herald to Peanut, who takes it by himself.
The nice timing here for LGD, though, is that Peanut can run mid, place this Rift Herald in the mid lane, while everyone from top esports is trying to play around this dragon. So could be the opportunity for LGD to win out a lot here, including taking this top lane turret,
that top lane
with LGD or with Longxing having the teleport.
I was about to say, with that top tier turret and the TP, that's massive here with the Black Cleaver Renekton. The Rift Herald is still in hand of Peanut. He's savoring it. Infernal has only just spawned. LGD on the back of the pit. Shared half health, but with level 11 is crucial as Teleport, Dagda, are you ready? This could be a mistake, but Longxing is pretty tanky. He slice and dices out of there. Has the Dominus and Flash available, looking to re-engage while Dragon is being taken down. LGD don't get it, though. It's taken by Castle while the re-engage comes through. The True Shot Barrage does so much, but they've lost their support. 4 versus 5 until Longxing helps over the wall with the Cassiopeia on Xie doing so much. Looking for the Petrifying Gaze. It's not available. He used it earlier in the fight. While it's a double going over to Xie. 369 had to go in. He wanted to save the rest of Top Esports, who will lose the fight.
You've got 2 down on Top Esports, though, and Rift Herald is still there for Peanut. They can look to crack open this mid lane turret. Karsa just about getting that smite, though, gives the Dragon crucially to top.
Longxing wants to find the follow-up engage on top of it as well, and turret will fall. Yuyanjia steps on up a little bit dangerously, but LGD can't do much more. And after that fight, after the Dragon steal, even so, it's a 3.5k gold lead for LGD at 17 minutes, but Infernal Soul on the horizon, and I miss this one.
You can see the experience from LGD, though, understanding how we need to approach this team. If they can get flanks and sandwich in on top of Top Esports, there's not a huge amount of places that they can run. You even see Longxing flashing over here, getting onto the retreat pad for Karsa and Jackie Love, and this is where it gets a little bit messy for Top. But in these next fights, if they're coming up again and there's no flashes available, you don't have those teleport flank wards, Top Esports should be able to kite back a lot more effectively and still be able to get that poke damage. You can see how much of a turnaround Top Esports can have.
I was going to clarify, what I was confused about is when did Xie actually ult? He ulted at the start of the fight, he flashed for it and got no one.
So the big thing for that is even if you don't get the stun, you get the mass AoE slow, which was way more important.
I don't think he got anyone, is what I mean.
Oh, maybe he didn't. I thought he had gotten a good few with it, but it's more about Xie trying to get the slow onto people because you've got this massive speed rush off the phase rushes, off of Knight. Even Yuanjia playing super far back to get these lanterns to safety. So getting mass AoE slows in a team comp like Tops has is just as important.
Plus you have Rylai's second. I mean, that's
Rylai's
second.
Such a smart call.
With a big Cassiopeia. And Kramer sitting here with 2 items himself. We saw the Observer hover over. A big thank you to him because at this point, Kramer sitting at 9k gold. He's big. There's a 2-item Ezreal with a Caulfield's Warhammer.
Nearly Death's Dance already.
Yeah.
He is huge. But I love this itemization from Kramer. From the whole of LGD. Kramer's got the Iceborne Gauntlets. You talk about the Rylays. We just want to slow. That's all you need to do here for LGD to make sure you're able to close that distance onto Top Esports. And these are the perfect champions to go for it. And such a smart draft from LGD to figure out how to play against what Top are showing.
And look at what they're doing right now. 50 seconds. They're holding vision around the Baron that's spawning in 45 seconds. And the Cassiopeia, the Ezreal, the lead. They do this pretty damn quick. So getting priority in the top side. Now resetting and getting ready for the potential or even getting ready for that 2-minute Dragon coming up.
LGD are down a teleport on Longxing, though, so they need to take it a little bit slower, wait for that to come back up, and then see if they can make these plays happen. Because if you're opting into a 4 versus 5 and you don't have Longxing there to absorb a lot of the poke, a lot of the extra damage that's going to be coming out of top, well, these meat bags and Longxing and Peanut aren't going to be able to do particularly much.
Curious on the other side, because for Top Esports, you know, we've been talking a lot about LGD because of the way these fights have been going, but for Jackulov is almost towards his 2nd item. It's 3rd item territory for Knight, who has the supporting available. So Jackulov and Cast are going to be feeling pretty damn good when they get in these fights. We're only at 20 minutes in, and Yuyanjia can't back there. Oh, apparently he can. Minion Wave's going to crash in, and Baron's now sitting there. Dragon now being prepared by LGD.
And I love this. Getting to this objective early for LGD means that they're able to get the vision down. You give opportunities for Longxing to get into a position where he knows he hasn't been spotted, or at least maybe when that teleport does become available, teleporting in to cut off those retreat paths from Top Esports.
Annoying from Peanut, meanwhile, with the control ward being protected, but Top Esports would shove mid. They need to stop this Dragon. If you give Infernal over, it's going to feel pretty bad as LGD is. Kramer's pushed forward here, but Yuyanjia looking for the hook while he can't find it. Now the retreat part for Top Esports, who are grouped up, but Shock Blast still does quite a bit of damage. Longxing has now joined the team as well.
And this is the thing, as long as LGD are trying to keep Top here, Top are happy to just keep poking. The Dragon isn't up for 20 seconds, so you've got 20 seconds of all this damage landing onto LGD.
Threatening the Baron path now as well. It's an Aphelios.
Yeah. He's got the right guns for it. He could go for it. And LGD now realizing this have got to try and move into this area.
Now it sends out the Mantra with the Inner Flame. Poke is well important.
With teleport is moving towards this dragon, so Xie going to look to solo while the rest of LGD keep him there.
Spotted him out though, so for you, Yanja, if he gets a hook, it could be very dangerous for LGD.
That's a big sign though. Top Esports will realize this dragon's going down, because that was a really nice pillar from Peanut, and when nobody on LGD went to follow up, you're like, all right guys, there's clearly something going on here. You're 4 versus 5, you're not going for this fight, but dragon will be taken, Top don't do anything about it, and it means, look, all said and done, still a win for LGD.
Maybe a bit too late there. So with Infernal going down, you got 3 more ahead for LGD if they keep up this pace. Knight goes top, of course that turret drops on down, but he's spotted up there. The Top Esports clearing mid once again. We are just anticipating one massive fight from here on. While this is a reset. Not good timing because Top Esports on the Baron, they do this so quick.
And there's no vision here. So Top Esports have gone in here, picked it off. LGD are completely blind. They're too late.
After what has been good gameplay, LGD dropping the ball. True Shot Barrage not available and Baron is secured. They want the fight on the back end. Solar Flare locks down Jackie. He cleanses away. He walks away. Top Esports get Baron for free. And LGD, this is the difference between boys and men.
This is why you need your macro on point. Top Esports, losing out fights. They're not able to find victories when it comes to engagement in getting dragons. But they understand, look, if LGD are backing, they don't have vision in this Baron area. It is timed out because we've been dancing so long around this dragon. So Top Esports make the call, slip over the wall, and get the Baron. It's so smart.
It was a 3-4K gold lead that has shrunk, and Top Esports having the Baron buff with Infernal Soul on the horizon. You start to see how this game starts favoring them, but not if they get caught on out, which Kramer and Mark can't do at this point. Casa loses the Wolfers. Thank you for the Infernal Rift Blast Cone.
There is potential here for 369 to maybe get caught out if they really wanted LGD to pressure bottom side, but they're looking top instead.
Knight is there in the river. This is a flank setup. Xie, the level 14 Cassiopeia, wants Casa. But Peanut actually just walks into an Aphelios and almost dies. One more hit would have done it. He survives for now. He just wants to get his pillar placement right as Mark goes too far forward as well. True Shot Barrage can't capitalize. And LGD out of left field are starting to crumble.
The cracks are showing and it's all falling apart for LGD. Top Esports now will be able to push in. They'll be able to get some of these turrets. And this is so smart from Top. And especially off the back of Jackie Love, just picking Peanut off of the guns that he had available.
LGD is so lucky that death timers are short at this point in the game. We're only 24 minutes in with 13 kills, and Mark dropping there doesn't mean that they can instantly get this turret. Knight walks on up, Lungxing wants the engage, but he won't be able to close that gap as Kramer's playing with his food at this point. Yes, LGD are falling back, but Kramer's still large with 3 items. Now the game feels like it rests on him as ready, Dagda.
Oh,
teleport away. Pillar needs to be on point. Peanut, not in time. 369, and he goes topside and just pushes with the rest of Top Esports.
And he even got it onto the minion, so keeps that minion alive. They're able to get the tower. Top Esports are running all over the place, and LGD can't keep up.
And now Mark in trouble yet again. The inner turret in the mid goes down. Castle rejoins the team, and this Baron buff has done so much for Top Esports. They have a gold lead for the first time in this game. They had this game, what feels like under their wing.
And this is what we love to see from Top Esports. Winning without fighting. It's some of the well, not basics, but definitely what is touted about when it comes to how to play War, how to defeat League of Legends.
Yeah.
And this is beautiful play from Top Esports.
We've got our, the Baroned up team, which is expiring now, set on up for their Infernal Soul. The soul that LGD did not want to give over as TP's used mid for Knight just to get back out early, start securing some of this vision. And he's got Rabadons now as well, so this fight is going to be pretty dangerous, especially when Jackulov has 3 items himself.
This is incredible from Top Esports, and this is why we love to watch this team. It's not only the incredible individual performances, the mechanics that Knight, Jackie, Carson, 360, and a lot of them can show. It's the fact that they understand this game so well. They can catch you out unaware. They can play the map state beautifully and give every single small mistake you have 10-fold advantages to this.
But I'm going to throw the caveat in there. I think it's fair to say LGD have been the better team fighters so far.
Oh, yeah.
So for LGD, they may have given up a couple of kills, been caught out a little bit, as Kramer is showing us how dynamic he is. But walking in blindly here, Peanut might be caught out himself with the pillar placement. Great once again as Xie comes through and doesn't get the perfect ulti. Once again, the petrifying gaze with Flash is not what LGD need. Dragon's up in 15 seconds with no big ulti from the Cassiopeia. Top Esports in position.
No wards or vision for Longxing to try and get to either, or even sneak in onto the back of Top Esports. So we'll get the poke down, but still, I mean, look at Peanut's health bar. And as you said, big ultimates down across the board.
And that's Inspire with Mantra available. Longxing doesn't get turned on though, so maybe another ultimate as Knight has 15 seconds before that comes up. Dragon started.
And again, look at the waves here for Top Esports. Top lane is pushing in the favor. Kramer.
Arcane shifts over the wall. He doesn't have protection. They flash on top of him. He has to use his own, but into a choke. Great for LGD. Yuyanja gets on top of him, and Kramer's large, but so is the rest of LGD. A big shield from Knight to survive. Well, Jaculov gets forced back. That's the damage from Top Esports. LGD have once again secured the Dragon through a fight and through catching a 369 who flashes away. Kramer almost has true shot barrage. Look at that timer on the left hand of your screen. We got 1 more second. He's backing away. Kramer. Can he find him down the line? 369 stops his back and walks away. But the Dragon was taken by LGD. The game goes on.
Kramer is playing these fights on a knife's edge, and that's why LGD are so good in these team fights. Everyone putting their players or their champions to the max. Does get caught by the hook, but just about able to move away. Puts pressure onto Jaculov, but doesn't fall himself. It's Mark who takes the brunt of it, but they get Jaculov as a result. And for Kramer to be the one that set up that fight is absolutely incredible.
Let's see.
Because everyone commits here on this right-hand side, look at Longxing. This is perfect for him because he's able to keep everyone away, gets onto Knight, forces him to flash, and these are the tools that you need to be able to use as Kramer. When you have disadvantage as an Ezreal, this is how you carry. Playing aggressively forward, getting the entire attention of Top Esports onto you, so they forget about Longxing, they forget about Peanut, and you're able to win out in these.
Because remember what we talked about coming into this game, which was that Kramer can have really high highs, right? It's not that he's inconsistent, it's just sometimes we don't get that same level. Kramer, this game, is performing out of his mind. 4-0-2 once again. We're setting up for the next Baron where Top Esports have priority.
The beauty for Kramer in this game is a large chunk of our criticism is he'll get caught out in transition, moving late to an objective, either getting a random hook that's tossed his direction. In this game, though, he's only got to worry about Yuyanji.
Yeah.
The rest is damage, it's not hard CC, so him getting caught, especially on an Ezreal, still means he's able to escape, he's able to reposition, and it means he's able to play to those uber high highs we know him for.
Does feel like Kramer versus Jaculov here is the matchup in Game 1. Watch for both these AD carries in the fight as we're heading towards a Baron with equal footing, with pretty much equal gold, almost at the 30-minute mark.
And this is where we're going to start to see Jaculov really come into his own. Although he's still 2 kills behind, doesn't have quite as much gold as the Ezreal. He's finished his 2 Zeal items. He also has Knight, who's going to be buffing him a lot in this fight. So just keep your eyes on him to see if he's able to carry, especially with the guns he has at the moment.
Also look towards Xie's ultimate. 3 items now with the Leandri's Torment complete. I know a lot of fans out there happy that he hasn't gone for the Morellonomic on his LGD between vision. The pillar placed nicely. Yuyan Judd misses the hook. It's whoever hits their skill shot here. And right now 369 adding layers of damage in as well on that 3-item Jace. Well, Kramer is so confident here in this game. We might not even be looking towards the next Baron. The Dragon's up in 2 minutes 20 at this
and that's what's happening here. Is LGD are just looking to farm it up. There's no way they can catch Top Esports out unless Top Esports make a massive mistake. They need these objectives to draw Top Esports in, and I've seen this before, Hysterics, Top Esports.
This time the ward spots it out early. Last time it was snuck. This could be a difference. Kramer's walking up into River.
Yuanji's taking a lot of damage from Baron as well, so this could give LGD the opportunity to shove up mid or get decent positioning on this Baron.
369 and Jaculov grouping up together. Kramer's with Peanut, though. And the 2 imports side by side. LCK, not brethrens, but LCK, I guess, allies are now on the LPL and showing the ally here. LGD in front of Baron. That's the important part here. Vision has pretty much been cleared. You can see this. 369 is backing away. Has teleport, though. Baron going to be start, then stopped.
There was backs on Top Esports side, so I wasn't sure if LGD were just going to turn for it. They are now realizing, hey, look, we've got this opportunity. You got a Cassiopeia who will shred this.
But the thing is, Casa is 2 levels ahead of Peanut. That's big. If he goes in for a steal here, it's massive. A 3K, 2K, 1K over the wall. Smite goes through, but it's the secure from Xie as he's back over. Castle will die first, and now it all takes LGD to clean up the fight. Lungxing on the flank, they need to group up. Jackie Love cleanses away immediately, while this Renekton at level 17 wants to take on the rest. It'll be the movement speed from Knight that gets him out of the way, but Baron secured and a kill on top. LGD take it all.
That was very dangerous for Top Esports. There was very little places for them to run with Longxing in their backline, but LGD not able to get in and close that gap means they don't finish it off. 30 seconds now before the Dragon. They can back with Baron and get back onto the map just as that objective spawns with no Karsa to help.
I like what Top Esports are doing. Hiding in the vision on the way to the Dragon. Trying to catch out someone from LGD, but giving up that play, moving away. 369 just going to get the shove here. 15 seconds till that Dragon, as you mentioned, comes into fruition.
Look at the shield when Jackie Love is shielded by Knight. It is insane, but here we go. TP in from Xie.
As the movement speed, level 16 on the ulti. Petrifying Gaze now back and available.
Look at where Longxing is once again. He's positioning off to the side, making sure that Top Esports are sandwiched between LGD. They're trying to path down here.
Longxing doesn't have the dominance available yet, though. Does have the flash, but LGD now grouping up in River. Top Esports are grouped up themselves.
Anjay trying to play keep away here. He realizes, look, the only person we have to separate is Longxing because Peanut can't really close this gap as effectively as LGD want. But here we go.
Yeah, Mark's going into the backline. Solar Flare lands. Longxing now getting the flank as well. Two-shot barrage lines him down while the Dragon secured. Mark gives up his life for it, but Longxing into the dominance while the rest of his team are not there. The pillar placement saves the top laner's life with the flash included. LGD are denying these Infernals, and that's what matters.
You say that, but Top Esports are moving bottom. They've got the wave here. They're now going to get this turret, and LGD need to defend, but they're still hovering in mid lane.
But look, the play is for Xie to continue forward, now deciding to back. We're going back and forth. Even with the Baron buff, they need to defend.
It will be a lot easier for them to defend. Top Esports will struggle to clear out the... Oh, never mind, struggle to clear out the Baron waves, but Poke is perfect here for Top Esports. There's so much damage that can come out from Jackie Love, from 369, Knight. This is going to be difficult for LGD, but they do get that third Dragon.
I mean, Aphelios does so much damage. Look at the smile on Peanut's face. I'm sure he's enjoying this as much as we are, because this is a tense game.
This is what I wanted. This is what I expected from LGD and Top. And from LGD's perspective, a team that a lot of people tossed up doubts about. For them, yes, to lose out here and there to Top Esports macro play, one of the smarter macro teams, or if not, I'd put them first and second with JDG. Well, on form JDG.
Before JDG, yeah.
For LGD to be able to find, just off of their team fights, this super comeback and bringing it to this level of depth and minute detail from both sides is incredible.
And I mean, what we just saw on the side of our screen there, the two highlights this game, it's Peanut and it's also Kramer. The two players have come over. Kramer came through last year on this LGD lineup, and Peanut has come on over to the LPL for the first time here in 2020. So it's exciting because LGD have put the pieces together for this roster. And if it works out, this could be a top 4 team. Top 4, that means going to Worlds in 2020.
And Peanut going back to Worlds. Peanut getting to maybe see him like he was on his Rocks Tigers days. Getting to that World Finals. Getting second place, not quite getting it across the mark. For Peanut, this is his chance at getting back to where he was considered one of the best, if not the best junglers in the world.
But at the very least, first they have to get through the LPL, all right? We're 3-0 on LGD, and maybe we're jumping the gun, but I still will say LGD are looking good. But they have to finish this game off, and it's hard because gold is even. They're on Infernal Rift now as well. This next fight could dictate the game because Baron is now expired. That's up with a similar timer to Infernal Rift. We can see a trade one for another.
I'm looking at LGD though. This feels like the redemption team. Longxing didn't have a good time on RNG. The fans didn't like him. Nobody could cut him a break. Now coming into LGD is looking great in these team fights. Peanut, we already just talked about. Xie as well used to be the mid laner for WE, the guy that you needed to beat in the mid lane. Now finding more success when it comes to LGD. This team working together alongside Kramer. Mark as well in that bottom lane was the better half of Gala and Mark on Sino Dragons, on to DMO, and now he's coming over as well, and this whole team is starting to stand up, this veterancy on this team, this band of misfits that have come together and created this incredible team.
We need to look at items though across the board though, Dagda, because we've got 4 items on the Cassiopeia, and because we're approaching the potential of a last fight at 36 minutes in the game, we've got 4 on the Ezreal in Kramer, with the Executioner's Calling filling that last slot, versus almost 4 for Jackie Love, who's heading towards the last whisper, the armor pen item, as we can see. Majai's actually on Knight, who, as the Karma mid, hasn't died just yet, so you can see the confidence there. We're heading towards those late game items where everyone's getting towards full build. And I'd be scared if you're going up against Xie. We know what Cassiopeia can do late. He's pretty much found a Flame Horizon in this lane. And so far, Xie has played a decent game, bar some of the ultis.
The big thing here is, though, the flashes. That is what we need to keep our eyes on for these team fights. Ability for Xie to get these flash engages, top esports to disengage with those summoner spells. That's what they need to find, that's what they need to do. For top esports, they're pretty much across the board with those summoner spells, except for Knight.
Xie going to be faced by 369 here. Knight also has the Fiendish Codex to hit that 40%. Forward they go. Xie has popped the Sorcery Pot.
The beauty here for LGD, though, is they can have one person go towards Dragon if they want to, but now with top esports in the pit, this is perfect for LGD.
Although Baron might be gone. 4K here, it's going down super quick, taken away, smited down. Top esports have done it again, but this time LGD in the pit while Peanut walks too far forward. The Soulflare locks down too, but LGD slow to react. Peanut had to burn the flash, and now for top esports, full health with Baron.
They're going to go towards topside. They're trying to say, look, you cannot go for this Dragon, LGD, because we will take everything.
Oh, but Kramer's flashed on. Cast is going to take him. Mono as there is no summoner available. Only the flash with the blast cone helping out. Caster pushes him back. Top esports are running in.
Xie's on Dragon, but this could be a 4 versus 5. Top esports are not letting up in this top lane.
He does have teleport available at level 18. Maybe this is the ultimate flank, or maybe this is just securing the victory for top esports. They're not stopping here. TP is defensive. They need to stop the game. With Infernal Soul, it's going to be a big ask as LGD see them run away. It's a shield from Knight. It's inhibitor taken. It's top esports with the lead.
The soul for LGD, though, that is so crucial for this squad who are relying on these team fights. The poke is going to do a lot more damage because you've got everyone on top esports clumped to get advantages from Night Shield, from the acceleration gate from 369. Any sort of damage that lands, those little explosions are going to do so much more work into top esports.
I don't know why LGD is still searching for this. It's Baron Enhanced Recall. They are out of there. So after a bit of soul searching themselves, they send Lungshing up to the top side. The Baron available for another minute 40. You mentioned the Infernal Soul. We've now got to tick over to the timer of Elder coming up in 5 minutes, and Kramer will almost be level 18. Well, I mean, he's almost there now. Got to remember, this Ezreal's still massive.
So top esports will be looking to make a pressure onto this bottom side, but look at the sneaky wards that were placed by LGD before they backed. You've got one just in the river. You've also got one just at the back of Tribrush there. So there is the opportunity with Lungshing having deeply shoved in this top lane to TP and cut off top esports.
I think that's not
Look, they're pinging it out. They know that this could be the play.
Okay, Lungshing is there. The pings again, as you mentioned, being put down. Lungshing with TP. Baron buff pushing in this bottom side wave. Where is Lungshing? Still at the base, he's running on forward. The Aphelios damage is too much. Jackie Love's shield is unbeatable there. A nice smoke screen, the poke. Again, too much to deal with. The ghosts go out, and top esports getting the inhibitor. LGD say another day for the fight. As Lungshing going forward, but what's the engage? Jackie Love walks forward yet again. Doesn't take any damage because Knight's shield is too much. Kramer a bit too far himself. The end of the line. Collateral damage, excuse me, almost kills Kramer. He'll heal it back up, but top esports have done enough damage to the base.
And this is why when we see in other regions teams talking about why Renekton really not the best of champions, is an example why. If you're able to kite him out, he does so little. And unfortunately, LGD haven't been able to find the fight they want. Now, though, potential here with Lungshing on the flank.
But he has been spotted out, I believe. Top esports still feeling very comfortable. That ward will spot him, in fact, as 369 takes him on. At half health, has to use the Dominus. Kramer too far forward. Yet again, here is Jackie Love himself on the miasma, but doesn't care. With Knight in the mix, you can't touch Jackie Love.
He's a 6-item Aphelios with Knight and with Yuanji to keep him safe. He's having a field day right now.
Walking up to the turret, doesn't care about tanking it for a little bit. The Dark Passage adds shield to effect. Another turret goes down the base completely in shatters for LGD. Teleport being used here, but Top Esports can just slam onto him. Right on top with the turret, Lungxing runs away. The re-engage possible as they target Caster. LGD want him. Box placed down. Poke not there. JackieLove repositioning to the side. Gets Gravitum down on the Renekton. Doesn't care. The Moonlight Vigil spreads the damage as the minions are just destroying the base. LGD too damn low. They might just lose from the Winions.
There's nothing that they can do. They don't have the engage. Mark has the Solar Flare. He needs to make it perfect for LGD to win this.
Obnoxious as hell. Knight and JackieLove seeing this through to the end. One Nexus turret remaining. Solar Flare on the backline. But meanwhile, already losing the support. LGD got nowhere to go until Xie gets the Petrifying Gaze. One member down in 369. Forward goes Kramer. But JackieLove once again doesn't die. At half health, flashes on top. Xie goes golden. The Cassiopeia needs to turn around and start pumping out the damage. But he can't. It's a double for JackieLove. And he's back to full health.
Tank Aphelios has taken over this game. He's running into 3 members of LGD Hysteria.
And he's got Severum. Now Chakram. Minions coming in. They're not backing away.
And JackieLove still moving forward. Karsa gets hit, but it doesn't matter.
Nice. 3 people. Knight flashes away. The shield given, now taken away. Good target selection. LGD. Keep this game going.
If you want to kill the tank, if you want to kill JackieLove, you got to kill the battery first. Get rid of Knight so there's no more shields, there's no more speed up, there's not all this extra auto attacks, just attack speed. So Knight does go down, JackieLove will fall, but LGD, the base is in ruins.
And we now reset. Folks, take a breath. Is chat munkering? I hope so. This is the game we wanted to see, and we're getting the full mile of it. A minute 15 till Elder comes up. 35 seconds till Baron. We have full items across the board, bar some members. Xie is close to the Rabadons, and remember, he's got an item after that, because Cassiopeia does not have boots. So we're at a point where a couple of more items, and it's that one fight, especially with a broken base for LGD, but now with the death timers here in this game.
It's not just the death timers, it's the Baron timer, it's the Elder Dragon timer. You were looking at an opportunity here for Top Esports to very quickly steal this Baron away. Go over towards the Elder Dragon with all of the big boons that it just had. And for LGD, you once again have to find some way of getting onto Knight and JackieLove and stopping this Aphelios from tearing through your health.
I mean, Xie has TP, but he's moving his way up, but Aphelios with Knight. Oh my god. The Shuriken galore. LGD, are they too late? Peanuts trying to get into the pit. Now with a level disadvantage, it might not matter. He flashes in, looking for the smite still there, but they turn their attention. Kill the jungler, kill the Baron. LGD in a 4 versus 5 for a very long time. But forward they go. Mark misses the Soul Flare until Kramer repositions True Shot Rush down the line. While again, Knight just heals up his AD carry at full health. Top Esports may have taken enough to end this game. Look at the TP into the backline, Dagda. 369 wants it over now.
It is going to be over. Kramer's now getting jumped on. It's all gone astray.
And look again, the Petrifying Gaze misses from Xie. He was the last hope. JackieLove walks into him. Golden is Medusa, but it's a shutdown with a massive double. Top Esports take us the full mile and take a game number 1.
Top Esports play that perfectly, keeping LGD at arm's length the entire game. The frustration of LGD is palpable throughout, as they cannot have this Renekton and Trundle close the gap against the Jace, a Karma, and a Aphelios has a life bar bigger than the entire team of LGD.
I mean, that was very, very good to watch. There's nothing more to be said than, you know, we get towards that late game and Knight and JackieLove carrying throughout. Of course, there's other members of Top Esports to highlight, but especially when you get to that late game, when he has Severum, when he has, you know, Mantra Inspire, that shield is massive. And JackieLove was unkillable. Aphelios hit the best spike known with 200.
And this is why we talk about the Renekton not really being able to get into these fights. And oftentimes you'll see things like the Gangplank being talked about as a pick into Renekton. You've got all these other champions like the Jace that can just keep away. You've got Karma now coming into the meta. And if you're not able to close the distance, you're going to run into issues like this where LGD had no hope of ever getting onto top esports, and as long as top esports don't make a mistake, they will be able to close this out. And that's exactly what top esports did. They gave up objectives where they knew there was an opportunity for LGD to get on top of them, but once they got to that late game, there was no holds barred. Top esports weren't taking prisoners.
I mean, it was insane because of how Kramer was fed during the game, how Xie was still accumulating resources. We have to say, though, for Xie's ultimates, that really good one in the early game that hit 3 people, there was never an ult as good as that for the rest of the game. So it's pretty sad to see that while Xie was playing well individually, those ultimates landing could have been the difference in some of the fights to give LGD maybe an earlier win and not get to that point in the game.
And it was kind of panic, it felt like, from LGD with those ultimates, because you're looking at Mark, who's flashing in, trying to get on top of them, but there's not enough quick follow-up there from the rest of the team to actually get on top of Jackie Love, of Knight, or any of these carries that were causing issues for LGD. So even when we saw Xie flashing in aggressively, maybe he gets a slow onto 3 people. Maybe it is the ultimate that could have won the game, but the problem is Longxing and Peanut are so far behind the charge that they're not getting in because of all the slows that are coming in from Knight on this Karma. You've got so much disengage from Yuanji. It just meant that top esports were able to play this late game so well, and fair dues to top esports as well, because if they had started to fall super far behind, this team comp wouldn't have worked. They would have been pushed under, they wouldn't have had the health bars, even the speed, the opportunities to maneuver around the map like they did. But off of these super smart early map plays where they caught LGD with their pants down, they were able to keep it even and get ahead.
That was a game. That was great. I mean, here in the LPL, I know we fight a lot. There weren't many kills for the time frame because, let's be real, normally there's only 25 here. Normally we'd see a kill per minute in our league, but this time around it was capitalizing on the mistakes, really punishing and doubling down. And even though LGD got the Infernal Soul, it was that fight from top esports. It was the better macro players you talked about that pushed them over the line, and Jackie Love did 53k damage. That was enhanced by Knight and I guess Yuyan Jar as well.
But it's also looking at LGD's damage there, right? Because the only person who really had standout damage was Kramer, and that's because he could actually get in and chase these fights and have mystic shots that could catch people and try and arcane shift forward aggressively to hit people. It just never gave LGD the opportunity to actually hit that damage. So even though you've got 4 Infernals and you've got the Soul, you don't get to hit them. You don't get to deal your damage to take advantage of that.
It's quite insane we got to that point where it was all hinging on stealing away dragons, where if top esports got that Infernal Soul, I feel like it would have been over a little bit quicker as well. So there's a lot of props to be given to LGD. And again, we're talking about LGD being a top 8 team at the very least. This game 1, although not a win, does show that LGD have the capabilities at the very least to do so.
And I think this is more coming back to draft than anything. Unfortunately, with the draft, you just didn't have your opportunity to get the win that you would have wanted for top esports, but for LGD. But I think coming into this, LGD now, I mean, once bitten, twice shy, right? You can go into draft, understand that LGD, you need to mix things up. You need to make sure you're not just drafting Renekton's blind, because top esports will happily look to punish that.
It was an interesting game. Game 1. Well, top esports found a win, but I'm looking forward to the rest of this series right after this break.
就感觉语音没在一个频道。
那这样的话，
进错房间了。龙拿到发射大招拉2个一勾勾到了正面，这么日本团开起来，沙皇交出位移，杰斯锤了上去，但是赢直接大招更再一个闪现过来，再收一人，鹰王这波直接打疯了呀！回去发条，再一个 QW 粘住一对加出一针加闪现，还是被收掉。
的还已经觉得团战溃败，想杀一个宁，但最后宁没有死的原因是因为南风给了一个钩子死亡判决。 并是瓜分了上场的这个次数。
下路塔推掉，中路过来闪现踢回来，狂野生长顶到幻风这位置还有闪的，交不出来，直接被能量倾泻给灌死。
我用双手成就你的梦想。
单进的话，虚弱很关键。
枪不错，这波是营业加罪名嘛？龙团的魂。
把罪名洗掉，现在是
来
断破，
来龙魂团这个位置，龙魂团已经要开打了，回到开的不是开2个，前面的人马进场，直接恐惧到了幻风，Hope 来了，后面再来一个人，但是把他这个大招保住了，但是这个 Hope 正好没把他大招堵在了，等等心血还有一个表开完之后，后面还有闪现的，看一下怎么操作，哇 ，Hope 这边压死了，但侧面幻风也倒，两边进行 AD 兑换之后 ，Scout 还在跑交换，而且都被猴子粘上。 的，而且他刚才主要还是边线被抓了2次。EQ 正面想开，但是阿斌直接是强弩躲掉了这个 EQ。龙已经刷新了，两边都想要先打人再打龙。这边没勾到了，这个位置只能交闪回来，但还是被秒掉了。安卓给机会了呀，而且换方这个秒交换感觉又要约定死，哇！打得贼快，杰杰这边没有闪现的，怎么办？
有点难下来，没有爆裂球果，
怎么办？
这波哎，
艾克下来了，这个位置，骚奔死了，龙是谁的？龙被EDG抢下来了，不是吧？
这波杰杰是走到龙坑里面蹭到了，
而且2个头了。回身还能全身而退，手上全是飞龙环，我走位扭过来，这个 Q 闪现过来想杀，但是后面一技能回身3杀，EDG 对面开龙的神，
你就是猎物。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
That game was memorable, great. It had everything. It had everything you want in League of Legends. And I have to say, if you're watching another region, no, look, multitwitch.com or twitch.tv/LPL. That's where you should be.
And then mute the other cast.
Yeah. Hysterics, Dagda. I'm sorry, it's getting competitive, but that game was great. That game was so good. Not only the cast to watch, I'm sure the fans enjoyed it, but just looking at LGD testing top esports and vice versa made my day.
It was beyond everything I expected from this series. I already had uber high hopes coming into here, but oh my god, that series was, or that game was amazing. And I think coming into game number 2, we're going to see something very similar. But the way LGD's team fighting was great, which is what we pointed out for them. And then we look towards Top Esports as well, and their macro play was on point. That's what we really wanted to do. And seeing Knight once again bring out an entirely different style of champion again, going towards this support utility mid laner, and setting up JackieLove amazingly, just gives Top Esports so many different avenues to explore.
I mean, JackieLove gets MVP here, but you're right. Knight was the facilitator and made that late game possible. I think as well, like, there were so many different elements that came into play, but JackieLove by the end, unkillable, unstoppable. His damage was unbeatable.
And it's amazing to see JackieLove finally getting the spotlight he deserves. Because when he was on Invictus Gaming, it was shy, it was rookie. But now on Top Esports, he's sharing that spotlight with Knight. And they look amazing as a result. And you can see here, LGD, with the way Top Esports are playing, with the aggression from JackieLove, there is no way they can take down Top.
We got to this late game where it was all limit test, wasn't it? It was who could compel each other to come in first. And Top Esports in high spirits. I mean, LGD should be as well. That was such a competitive game. And both teams are sitting 3-0. That's why this series was so important, because it's first versus second. It's Top Esports versus LGD, not in a form that we're used to here in the LPL. Top Esports have always been a team that are lingering around 4th or 5th, right? They missed going to Worlds in 2019. LGD were 15th in spring.
Yeah.
They acquired Lung Xing. Xie joined the roster. Mark came into the roster. Peanut and Kramer were like, hello, boys, let's go to Worlds. And if LGD can play like that and step over the mark with Top Esports in Game 2 and maybe Game 3, then we have ourselves a series as Dagda. Welcome to Champ Select once again. Top Esports have chosen blue. So we're going to see what bans change here after game number 1.
Karma. I think that's going to be a ban from LGD. I want to see, though, because, look, when you see the Orange band away like this, you're thinking, okay, chances are Top Esports are trying to leave themselves open here for going back to this kite back style, because Orange just shuts that down immediately. You want these heavy engage tools, and that's why in the last game, seeing that Volley Bear, I was like, maybe we do actually get Volley Bear here, because Volley Bear is really good at super engaging on top of teams because of the ultimate. So maybe LGD might bring it out if they're comfortable and if Top Esports go for that style again.
You'd hope so. You're going to start here, though, with Trundle in game number 2. And for Top Esports before, it was Casa on the Graves, who are pretty much just farmed away and still have that carry and damage potential. This time moving into what Peanut was in game number 1. I'm not getting baited into it just yet. As a first pick, I would be very surprised.
I mean, we've got Varus, Ezreal banned, Felios banned. Misfortune actually isn't the worst of picks. Was potential for the Ashe to come in, but going towards this team fighting style for LGD and the Graves, I was about to say, makes a huge amount of sense. You do an amazing job against the Trundle, but yeah, I know you love seeing Peanut.
He got
on
S+. Hey, in his report card, he has a tendency to kick people from behind. They bait us and switch to Thresh, but more surprisingly, JackieLove's Kai'Sa here early. That's going to be fun.
This was banned in the last game, so you know LGD are afraid of this, and especially with the proficiency that JackieLove was showing in that last game, where carrying as this Aphelios, taking steps forward, making sure that he was absorbing everything, all the attention. Well, Kai'Sa gives him the opportunity to be that big carry once again.
Still looking at the possibility, and it's locked in. Peanuts Lee Sin welcomes you back to the Rift. And things get interesting because we have no solo laners for both teams. We've already got the Ornn ban, and you expect to see things like the Wukong, but what else?
That's what I'm thinking. Wukong would be up there for me at the moment, and something that Lung Xing has played previously.
Yes.
All right.
PTSD after that one.
I mean, look, you know what Kai'Sa Kayle is like. Kai'Sa Karma, very similar show, to be honest. So getting rid of this, making sure that there's no funny business that can come in. There is still the opportunity, though, if they want to go for, well, maybe putting the Nautilus mid, but I'd be surprised and going for an Enchanter support or some sort of Enchanter mid and still having a similar game style. But I think with when you see a Nautilus here, they're going to be looking for much more of a heavy engage rather than going looking for this kite back.
I mean, when you already see that some of the big engages are taken off the board, namely with the Ornn, it's going to be questionable to see what Top Esports actually get. Renekton was the final ban for LGD, and I'm surprised that Knight might actually have a chance at Zoe this game, which is often banned away considering how big he is. What is it? Kassadin on Xie. Okay. A couple of things open that we saw weren't last time.
So I think Wukong here should be for LGD.
One of them.
Makes the most amount of sense. You've already got this big team fighting style. You have this really strong mid game with that pick. So I think this will be an amazing pickup here. And there you got to see what 369 wants to try and answer for that. But you've still got here looking at the final pick for LGD, the counter pick for Xie. And I mean, look, this guy, he can play a heap of different things. So God only knows what he's going to bring to the table.
Oh, 369 stop, but he's been one of the few players in the world that actually still picks up the Scion. Could it be a boring 369 this game? Well, his Jace is still there, but doesn't want to take it. Says, let's go for the Maokai in the end. I'm sorry, chat. That's how it's going to be. But with the Zoe, that's one to take away from Knight. And already excitement's in the air. Does Xie do it, or does he go something to facilitate the team fighting you're talking about?
I love the Azir pick here. Well, oh, okay, could maybe see this. But
Wait,
look,
I
think the Azir works well here. So basically, you look at this team comp from Top Esports, and they want to run in team. You want to go with Maokai. You want to get the Silas in for Knight. You've already got Jackie Love, this short-range AD carry. So if you have an ability here with this Azir to reset this fight with the Emperor's Divide, this works wonders for LGD, while also providing that late game damage that they were missing a little bit with their composition, where Top Esports could have just looked to scale, and then you struggle as Misfortune to get through Maokai, and Jackie Luke can take over as we get to the later stages.
Peanut with his thumbs up, sat there with his ear jungle for a bit, and I think his response was, yep, I can do it, let's go.
I mean, there's some funky mages. I mean, I've seen Syndra jungle as a thing.
Oh, God.
There's a couple of these funky mages that are floating about. Brand, Morgana in the jungle, but I don't think Azir too much we'll see.
Hey, not yet. Maybe one day, but of course, you get Peanuts Lee Sin, folks, and LGD after game one. I know everyone's revving to go into this second one. We've got the team fight, the wombo, the build-up here, while skirmish heavy, and again, you look at a Maokai, a Silas. You look at what happens around these objectives as well. And for Top Esports after game one, I mean, this comp has built us up a bit of excitement as Lung Xing's feeling the same. He's probably like, all right, going up against the Maokai, 369 looks bored.
I give the edge over to LGD here off the composition. I think they've got a really strong front-to-back team fighting style, and the Azir makes it really difficult for the dive-orientated comp of Top Esports to really work, because they want to get aggressive. You got Quadra melee here, and you can reset super well with Thresh, with Azir, and have your own either peel tool / mess up everyone on Top Esports with Wukong, because you can just spin on top of Xie and Kramer, or if you do get a lead and get yourselves off onto the right track, you can be the one that goes aggressive here. So I think LGD have a lot of answers for what Top Esports are trying to do.
We'll discuss it more as we get into game, because there's a lot to it here going into game two after what was such a explosive, tense is the better word. Game one was 47 minutes of back and forth, but in such a skilled way. LGD normally, they're in Hangzhou, but here in the Shanghai Arena alongside Top Esports. Of course, everyone is in the Hongqiao Stadium here in Shanghai right now. Normally, everyone would be back, say, OMG, like Chengdu, LGD, Hangzhou, as I said before. What else? You know, Beijing for JDG. Not the case at the moment. Good to have everyone under the same roof as we enter you into Summoner's Rift in game number 2, and you got a lethal tempo Xie. So this is very much the LCK style will team fight, and Xie's built towards that.
Yeah, looking towards those later stages, you can still go with something like the... So basically the way Azir works, if you want to go for the Comet, you're looking more at that lane-orientated style, looking to poke them out. Could even go for the Hail of Blades here. It's kind of that happy medium between being able to bully the lane against Knight here, because you get those 3 quick autos. But the lethal tempo is very much a case of all in on these later game fights, these team fights, which is the style LGD are going for. So I'm happy to see Xie go, look, I don't care what happens in lane here. I know what the game plan is here.
He's started with the Doran's Ring and a double potion, while for Knight coming back onto his Silas, which has been hit or miss in 2020. We saw him at MSC game number 5. Knight kind of entered up in the top lane with a lane swap, and that was not good. So we'll question his performance going into this game number 2. As for Top Esports, you got Jackie Love on Kai'Sa. Now, across the world, I know a lot of people don't think much of Kai'Sa, but Jackie Love's Kai'Sa is iconic. As we know, it's his 2018 World Skin Champion.
It also isn't a terrible pick at the moment. It's just when you've got the likes of Ezreal, who can do so much from afar, when you've got the likes of Aphelios, who just outclasses her when it comes to that 3-item, 4-item spike, it becomes well, why are we going towards Kaisa? But when you've already gotten Kalista, Ezreal, Aphelios banned, well, then you go towards Kaisa.
But Knight's coming into the mid lane, Dagda, and Shea is only just hit level 3. The pillar placement great with him. Scott of Duck forces the flash. That was a great duo move from Knight and Karsa.
Smart play from Karsa to get in behind, and Knight does manage to follow that swoop, which is fantastic. So they're able to get the flash out of Shea. So Shea now won't be able to punish as heavily as he would have liked in this mid lane with that flash down.
At the very least, though, with Peanut coming across, though, for Shea, feels confident to keep pushing this out and stay in position. Peanut was not spotted out here either.
Karsa was spotted exiting bottom side, so they know he's in this bottom side jungle. Peanut wants to aggress here with Shea.
But red buff's already taken. Might be a little bit too late, but won't need the blue buff. It's red versus red with Shea coming in, as you mentioned. But there is going to be no follow-up. It's a good little kite away from Karsa.
Peanut can go from scuttle to scuttle here, though, and be in great shape regardless. You've still got the pushing power from Azir here, and will have the safety of Peanut here at all times. So Peanut, in theory, should get the advantage.
I just forgot that interaction exists. As long as he presses Twisted Advance when Lungxing is going into clone, he will follow the real one. There's not much matter in that top lane. It's not going to be too exciting to watch at this point in the game, but 369 does have the shove up there while we look towards bottom side with Peanut going towards his jungle. Yeah, we'll just keep watching top. Okay.
Maokai is actually a pain to deal with in lane. He's surprisingly strong, and especially as Longqing, who struggles with AP damage inherently because he's Wukong. He doesn't get magic resist off of the Stone Skin passive. So 369 will have a reasonably fun time in this top lane for the moment before we get to those later stages.
I still think it's a shame we didn't see the carry versus carry matchup. I mean, 369 and Hecarim, haven't seen that just yet. Would have been fun, especially when people think that's the answer to Wukong.
I'm curious to see what Longqing builds here, though, because he is against the Maokai. If he goes towards the Black Cleaver, just to get that armor shred.
Oh, but hang on, that's a flash play into the bottom side. Death Sentence doesn't land, though. Yuyanjia with a nice sidestep and followed through as Peanut at the end of that. A heal comes through from Jackulov. 2 summoners burnt versus all for Mark. So an even trade in the end.
Mark was trying to predict the flash from Yuyanjia, but the rookie support for top esports, Readness not burning that flash too early and manages to escape. So well played by Yuyanjia to avoid what could have been a very costly death sentence.
Now 80 carries the only ones left in the lane. At least pressure from Peanut towards the bottom side yet again. This is becoming a trend. Much like we saw in 2019, LGD's bottom side was the priority as Knight walks back into lane very precariously. He's low, but has enough for Kingslayer.
He doesn't even have a jungler here. Like, this is Knight playing super aggressive.
He just wants to push the wave, let it reset, and back away. Sir? He knows that Shea doesn't have enough mana, but only just.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That was very, very close. And especially with that last soldier, the one just before that, dying, if he'd managed to get a little bit more of that timer there, he could have been able to kill him with just flying in with the E and picking him off. So Knight, at a knife stage for I'm not entirely sure why.
But at the very least, teleport's going to be used here by Shea. He hit 6 as he left the wave. So I was like, is Knight going to TP? Because he could just get swooped back into the turret. But the wave managed here by Shea. The early game going well here for LGD's mid laner, despite burning the flash before.
And Shea has a freeze here, so Knight has to go overextend, especially when Shea doesn't have his flash. This is in a great spot. He now start to shove it in with this Dragon startup, but he's already created a nice CS lead for the Azir in the mid lane.
This is going to be challenged. Peanut is a level down on Karsa right now.
You don't have Kaisa here, though. Oh, top lane.
Yeah, okay. Cyclone, double Cyclone. The Nature's Grass goes across Lungxing, but it is a Maokai. That's it. Cameraman, show me bot. What happened? Because Peanut actually went off the Dragon.
So Longqing going aggressive there is to stop 369 using that teleport advantage, make sure he's low and can't do anything. But Maokai's passive, you can see already starting to heal up 369. So now it's a little bit risky for LGD to go for this dragon, especially with Jackulov having now made it back to lane.
At least you have no Nature's Grasp with the ulti, so. Chain Vest going to be started off here by the Maokai. Executioner's calling likewise here for Longqing, while LGD are back on this one. Karsa ready. Bit of a collapse from top esports. Yuyanjia is in first, but LGD have 4 members on top of this Nautilus, shoved into the wall. Karsa not in the fight. Yuyanjia gets first blooded here, but Knight gets it first, rather. As Shea now in the middle, the Azir is just dead. Peanut gets flashed on as well. Over the wall, Jackulov ults in. Maybe a bit presumptuously as Sonic Wave can't be followed up, and maybe not. It's top esports who take it all this time around.
And that was a comedy of errors coming through from LGD, where Knight was able to just get onto the backline so easily. Shie using that Emperor's Divide too early means that when top esports close the gap, there's nowhere for LGD to run.
And you were talking about the teleport top. I believe 369 either came to lane or tried to TP and got cancelled, but more likely just coming back to lane. TP was used. I'm sure we'll get a replay anyway, chat. I apologize about that.
But LGD's positioning here, they get cut out between the collapse here, and with that Emperor's Divide already down, Knight able to get into the backline, shove Shie in, and then Peanut, this is heartbreaking. He moves back in to try and follow the Sonic Wave to kill Jackie Love, but ends up running into Carson Knight, unable to close the distance to get in range for the follow-up of the Sonic Wave, and means that he goes down. Kramer can't get to wall to flash, and now top esports with 4 kills to start off this game.
I was going to say, why do I care about 369 teleporting? The fight was already done and dusted. He actually teleported back to lane, and he was in his happy places. Lungqing couldn't follow that one up, and now, speaking of happy places, 1,400 gold lead for top esports. I'm used to game 1. Rift Herald now getting taken. Kramer gets close to a turret plating, but denied.
I want to take a look at items real quick and tell me who's winning when it comes to
Well, Knight has a proto belt, free 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's a nice little pickup for Knight in the mid lane, and especially when you look at the items for his counterpart, Shie, nowhere near finishing that first item. Same when you look down towards Kramer, but still LGD have got a super strong 2-item spike where they can look to punish, but this is top esports if they can continue to find these early engagements where the ultimates aren't available for Kramer and they can't abuse the team fights. But that window has now passed.
I mean, Peanut was trying to accelerate the bottom lane yet again. Casa comes down, Knight comes down. There's nothing Shie can do in this lane. And the Proto Belt Silas set off early. This is why we talk about Knight, because Knight as a player is so individually skilled, and when he gets a lead, he keeps it.
And he would not want to let this one go. He can have so much impact when it comes to even playing off in the side lane and just going up against Longqing, so that then you've got 369 who can play with the rest of the team the whole time. It gives a lot more opportunities for top esports to find these big engages onto the likes of Kramer or even Peanut if he takes a step too far forward.
You know what I hate? Versing a Silas who has access to my Wukong ulti, my Azir ulti, my kick, and I'm Kramer. Even the box is annoying at this point. As we're going to speak of annoying, it's 3 versus 3 in the bottom lane. The box laid down nice and kick into the wall. LGD finally gets something back, and it's a shutdown going to Kramer. Good counter gank by Peanut as the bullet time just to clear the wave. Get the shove, and LGD getting back some of that lost gold earlier on.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy to get that gold back, and Peanut managing to get the kick sets up for the kill to go to Kramer, who is definitely in need of getting towards his first item. We'll just finish it off there, but this is where Peanut is kind of on a timer, so he needs to make these plays happen, because if I'm on a Lee Sin and I'm looking at trying to get these insect plays against the Maokai, against the Nautilus, my timing window is super, super low. So realistically, what Peanut needs to do is have the impact now and then just become a peel bot in the later stages.
As we're looking at Peanut, who's picked up 2 assists. He's got Warriors right now, but notice what Jackie Love picks up, or rather Kramer picks up as he goes back, as Lungqing might be caught on out here in a bad place. Has the flash available, has to use it to get over the wall. Cyclone stolen on the way out, and Lungqing, just to clear a ward, gets punished hard.
And it means that for the Dragon that's in a minute, LGD won't be able to utilize the TP advantage as much as they'd like, because a Wukong without flash needs to rely on the likes of these wraparounds or in finding some really good clone placement to push them forward into a fight, but may not have the opportunity to do so now.
It's just losing plates towards his top side. The Herald in hand of Caster is Cyclone is still available for Lungqing, but almost at half health. Peanut has to pay the respect and Shadow, but what are you going to do at this point? Knight's moving up as well. This feels like a lost turret.
Peanut's found out, though. He knows that Knight is going up here, so watch Longqing run for the hills, and now you can see the pings going down on mid-turret. They want to try and answer.
But at least first turret blood is going to go over to top esports. They already had a 1k gold lead. It goes to 2. And this Rift Herald's going to get a second charge, so Peanut's decision-making here is a net loss. Kramer looking for bottom side turret. Inner threatened by 3 people yet again. Can he find anything on the flank?
Look, they will get the second turret, Lungqing able to get away, but yeah, it's going to be a lot of turret gold going over towards top esports. Kramer will be answering on the bot side. You get Won't get any turret plates for Xie, which really sucks for LGD. This is the guy that they want to have a lot of their gold funneled into because he's the late game carry. So Kramer getting to these 2 items fast is nice, but it's not as good as Xie getting ahead.
Xie gets forced back in lane. Jackie Love and Yu Yanja rotate to mid while at least the Dragon will be taken. So 2 turrets for 1 and a Dragon is a small amount for LGD to fight back.
And that's why Top Esports had Jackie Love and Yu Yanja.
Oh, but a mistake. Xie goes too far forward as he can shuffle out. He uses the ultimate too, but there's so much follow-up from Top Esports, and Jackie Love picks up his first kill.
I'm actually not sure if he flashed and got the heal from Kramer, he might have been able to survive, but it doesn't matter. They're not investing in that. They decide instead to just let him go down. And Xie, for what was LGD looking amazing in the last game, they're really falling apart in this one.
I mean, that was such a bait from Jackie Love to stop the back. Xie walks up and Yu Yanja commits instantly. And this is why we talk about the bottom lane of Top Esports. Their improvement from spring to summer, where Yu Yanja was talked about as being the bottom 3 support, if not the worst. Now in the league, his communication and his coordination with Jackie Love has improved so much. He goes towards the top 6 at the very least at this point. And alongside Top Esports, a star roster, he's coming up massively there. So a great kill, giving his AD carry 1. And Knight, meanwhile, adds more gold to Top Esports.
It's the confidence that I love out of Yu Yanja as well. Flashing in aggressively, knowing the team is going to follow up. This is really what was missing in a lot of those scenarios where when he brought out the Thresh the first time, we're like, oh wait, Yu Yanja's got skill. Like, this guy can really make these plays happen, but was always kind of footing around a little bit, not wanting to go in aggressively. This is now Yu Yanja getting out of his shell and starting to become part of that Top Esports brand that we know.
Yeah, the confidence really feels like the word to use here with him, especially coming into summer. Is alongside people like Knight, who right now is going to finish off this turret. That is the 3rd turret going down, only 1 outer remaining. The inner was taken topside. LGD are looking for opportunities, not to cast it. The chance is there, but Mark with the hook, not going to find his mark. The kick goes back. It's Peanut again as the box gets laid down. But look at that TP, the flank. Everyone coming in. Top Esports collapse. There's no snake in this game, but it looks like LGD have been constricted by a boa. Jackie Love pulls out with the killer instinct, but Peanut finally gets a kill back. A 2-for-2 trade is good, but Top Esports now with the pressure are looking mid.
Xie needs to move over here now to protect this tower, but I don't know if he's going to be there in time. Langxing trying to dissuade them.
Doesn't have the ulti here. Knight still has the kick available. Damage won't be enough, but maybe it starts a pick. So for LGD, holding on to mid is great. And despite being so far down in gold, you have to say a trade is a trade. Better than nothing.
Great TP from 369 and Langxing, really messing up both of the game plans here coming into this fight. So you get 369 who's right in onto Kramer, who hasn't got an opportunity to try and escape. He goes down. Xie gets caught off on the wrong side of this fight as well. So where Top Esports may not have been able to find as big of a fight as they did, it's all off the back of that Maokai play.
But it comes back and, you know, Top Esports at the end of the day, even though if it was a fair trade, Rift Herald goes down as well. So adding 1 more to the pile. Xie pushing in the bottom wave meanwhile. We're having a look at gold, but look at where Xie is.
TPs now. Mark will spot them out. Yeah, Xie, I think you're
he still has the kick. Sun turrets up. How do you survive this with great skill? And Jackie Love just steals that one away. Top Esports are channeling through bot. They're going to clear this massive wave and take more gold.
With great skill comes great responsibility, and it's your responsibility not to be in that position as Xie, unfortunately, gets caught out by Top Esports. Kramer can get some damage on mid-turret, but you don't really lose anything as Top Esports for making that pick. And we'll see Langxing try and get some pressure on top side, but we still have Carson there to answer.
You know what this series has told me? That Kramer's trying really, really hard in these games. And game 1, he was that Ezreal that I thought could carry it across the line. Game 2 here on the Misfortune has the most gold on LGD, maybe alongside Peanut. Level 10 MF with the Essence Reaver picked up earlier on. Infinity Edge soon to come. Is kind of leading the charge. And the only other person with 2 items in this game seems to be Knight, with now the Zhonya's Hourglass. So they're the leaders for each team. Knight, of course, level 12 on Silas, and he says, come at me once again. He's been farming so damn well. He's leading the charge 2K over Xie in game 2.
And we can see the game plan we were talking about from Top Esports starting to come together. You have Knight facing off against Langxing in the top lane. Now they will start to group though, because Longxing will have to deal with this wave, and with Dragon about to spawn in 15 seconds, this Wukong will be late. So it looks like LGD are just going to try and give this over and get their waves back in shape instead.
I will say, Dagda, Mountain Soul for 369 is going to feel pretty good as he's found Peanut. The Lee Sin has a way to get out of this one. Penguin up. As Knight's going towards top side instead. He wants Longxing. Kramer thinking about where to go. But as you mentioned, Dragon's going to be giving up, so...
And that's why Knight's moving back top. He just goes, hey, look, you know what? You guys don't need me for this. I can make sure that our top lane turret doesn't go down. And actually might catch Longxing out on a bit of a wraparound, but Longxing will be fine. He does have our Mark even sitting out in the wings to make sure that he gets out of safety.
Knight's actually here. It's a turnaround. But can they actually kill him at this point? It's going to take a lot of effort. 3 people coming up towards the top side. He's near his turret, but you require a dive, and Knight's going to be safe.
So much slower pace game than what we had last time, but still, you can see everyone kind of feeling out how they want this game to start moving forward.
It's definitely a bloodier game because remember in game 1, we saw a couple of kills go down, then a lot of pacing, and we got towards a slower mid-game, much like this, so there's a similar vibe to it. I gotta say, the vibe is more top esports favored this time around. We have to remember it is a 3K gold lead for them. But what LGD have shown us in this series is that their team fighting can match the likes of what we think is the best team in the LPL for summer. So still, we can't count them out. We've got to look at how they engage us because with Longxing's ulti, now his level 13 Wukong, with Xie again, you talked about it in draft, how this team fight comes together and how layering the CC and the coordination can bring LGD a win.
They need to make sure that 369 can't have access to that backline, because with the teleport on that last Dragon fight, it ruined LGD. Because the whole idea here is you fight front to back, you can reset with Xie or Peanut.
Or you can just get caught out, apparently. The Dark Passage doesn't save the day. No, Killer Instinct. Jackie Love says once again, who am I? Say my name. Mark going to get caught out as well. He flashes away, but Knight takes it with the Proto Belt. And Jackie Love only goes forward.
Peanut getting caught out in River. He doesn't have control past his own jungle at this stage. With all towers down, it's too easy for top esports to move in, and now they could crack this mid lane turret as well.
It's massive, Dagda. You're so right about that. And here comes the flank into the backline. 369 gets shoved away, but the Nature's Grasp lines them up nicely while Jackie is getting low from Longxing, who takes the shutdown, but Knight steals away the Emperor's Divide, used it better, and the Wukong is down as well. The bullet time interrupted by Casa. He's crying, of course. That would have been massive.
That would have been huge, especially when LGD are so far in the back foot. They do get the shutdown onto Jackie Love though, which is a pretty big deal as LGD now on the hunt, trying to see if they can spot out top esports members, but they're already long gone.
Yeah, 369 was low. They just wanted to kill in retribution with a hook here though. Mark may have found Knight. The Abscondum Duck into the Thresh, but the cavalry's arriving. Mark gets low. Knight be able to turn instead of dying with nothing. Golden to waste time, but Knight in the end almost makes that out. But it's the shutdown to Kramer yet again with a death timer and Baron up. 35 seconds, Dagda. I'm not sure what comes of this.
TP in behind from 369. They want to fight.
They want to continue going the LPL way. The hook lands once again here. TP right in front from LGD. 369 is so far away though. Yuan Judd dies before he comes on in with Longxing ready, but no Cyclone. Sonic Wave the kick almost onto Jackie Love. Peanut under turret survives. With 5 members of LGD, they can keep going. 369 not sure what to do.
Killer Instinct there saves Jackie Love, but now he's got no way to follow up on the engage from 369. Marcus looking.
Yeah, again, the Nature's Grasp, the hook lands. They turn onto the take one by one. Top esports are going in while Xie gets low in the backline as well. Cyclone hits no one. A new TP, a new challenger. While Longxing is low himself. Knight has the kick stolen away, and he's killing everyone. This Silas was already so massive. He'll die in the end while Kramer wants the carry. This series is bloody fantastic. If you say LPL's not the best region, I'll fight you.
And now we still have so much more because the Baron doesn't go over. It's just kills and blood everywhere. And with Jackie Love now moving forward with Yuanji, he won't be able to get particularly much. But in that fight, Kramer, super low on mana. You don't have these big tools for the fight that LGD want. And that's why it's so back and forth.
This is so great. This This is why I came here.
So let's look at it. We got 45 seconds here for sole point for top esports. You got, well, we're not going to see it here, but we're going to look at the end of this fight where 369 getting caught out. The turret placement there was to try and stop the rest of top esports from getting in, but a few wayward soldiers are going to keep them away. Knight still doing work in this back line. But I want to get back to this because we're going to have another fight in just a few moments because this is amazing. This is exactly what I love. But let's look at the summoner spells because Jackie Love, no flash, no smite. Knight, no flash either. So if Xie is able to get them back and set up properly in these close quarter corridors of the jungle, so he's not worried about 369 flanking or any funny business, well then it can be the fight for LGD.
Well, one's going to brew up. Mark with the hook yet again. It lands onto 369, but he's tanky enough. Teleport was used in, so everyone's here. But this is going down super quick with Lungxing on the back end as well. A 2K, 1500. Dragon secured. One away from Seoul. LGD pull away themselves.
They can go Baron. They can just run straight at Baron. They have it as ear.
And top esports are backing away.
There.
No TPs. They'll burn in the previous engage. Pings must be going down. They got to think. LGD could just Baron.
They've realized they are running towards this, but they are going to do this so quickly. Maybe 369 can get them up with that big ultimate, though, while they're caught in the pits.
Yeah, 369 and Knight has the steal away as well. 3K, 2K box put down for safety. Baron secured. It's reverse. LGD this time sneak it away.
It's not done. 369 has got them cut off here. He's got this big ult that can cut away LGD. We're going to fight hysterics.
It's going to go in the brush once again. We love this league. LGD cornered around it, only hits on a Peanut. The pillar's there as well. The Emperor's Divide into the wall. The bullet time doesn't do anything, but Lungxing starts spinning up that delays time while LGD lose their top laner. In with the killer instinct. Once again, Jackie Love has the range. Caster for the chase. It's a double. It's 3. It's LGD with 2 left remaining. The Baron might not be worth because top esports are heading into the base to kill them all.
There's nothing left in the tank. Top esports are going to take this top lane turn. There's 25 seconds on the rest of LGD. They may not be able to push here without Baron, but they've cracked open the base of top esports.
At the very least, the death time is, not long enough. And with the Baron buff, LGD hold on. But top esports, when they take an inch, they go the full mile.
And the problem there was, one, that bullet time from Kramer not being able to hit properly, and 2, Xie not in a position to reset the fight, and top esports realized that. They only just need to catch anybody with this engage, and you can see here, Kramer and Xie are not in a position to follow up here because everyone jumps onto those folks that are caught, pinned down in the corner, and being battered by top esports.
I got a quiz for everyone in chat. Is it Xie or Knight who used the Azir ulti better? There's only one right answer, and if you say Xie, you are absolutely blind. Knight with the 3-man ulti was sick, and this is why we hype on this mid laner. And for top esports, that led to that inhibitor being broken in the top side. The 2K gold lead, it doesn't feel like 2,000 gold as Knight may have found Peanut with the Abscond Abduct. Not large enough. So, we resume, we return, we come back to a 1-minute Baron that is only on 2 members of LGD. Used defensively, of course. We wait for that Mountain Salt coming up in 2 minutes 30.
And maybe this gives the opportunity for LGD to push out these side lanes properly. Unfortunately, Lungxing, as he said, doesn't have that Baron available, but top our bot lane here.
LGD are waiting for the flank. Yu Yanjia is not tanky enough. 369's going to
he
walk in
got
as well, but
spotted.
no Kramer! Oh my god.
The hall monitor got him. They spotted him.
Kramer.
It's all alarm bells ringing as Kramer messes up the play.
Oh
that could have been
my
it.
god. Well, we reset anyway. We return. Top esports are channeling through mid. And thanks to the Baron buff, Kramer will add a bit of extra pressure. He has the bullet time available, but doesn't have to use it. Top esports groupers 4, they're all spotted. 369 on the bottom side. Meanwhile, everyone from LGD has returned, grouped up, and that Baron buff on Kramer and on Xie is expiring in 10 seconds.
Look at the ward coverage for LGD on this Dragon, though. They've got some really nice ward placements for Lungxing, and I mean, top don't really have the same. So there's a good opportunity here for LGD if they play into their jungle, into those choke points, that they can try and nullify top esports having multiple engage routes onto them.
Knight sitting in the sideway. This is pressure from top esports added. Jackie Love is a big machine at this point. We'll look at items in a second because there's a comparison on your screen of Knight versus Xie. Knight has been the better mid laner in this series, you'd say, as JackieLove, he's on almost 4. He's going Morella, Nomic on Kai'Sa. Interestingly
well, it's the AP,
enough.
so what he wants to do is get through these guys as quickly as possible. Use the passive. So definitely a super strong build and a lot of poke in it, which means that he's been able to play from afar. And then when he has that moment for the killer instinct, he can follow up very quickly, burst someone out, and try and utilize a more assassin-oriented style of
I guess the question is, does he upgrade it, right? In the LPL, we see a lot that they upgrade it. I don't know what the visual bug is with the W right now, but you can't see the Kai'Sa Ecathian Rain. What's it called? Void Seeker, that's
Void
it.
Seeker, yeah.
It's very straight. You'll see it in a second when he presses it, but no, we can't actually see it. There it is once again. Does hit Mark as Kai'Sa's in position. Look at this flank. Set up by the TP. Could be the game-ending plays. 369 is on top of Mark, who has to flash immediately, but 369 doesn't get anyone else. The turn from LGD, but the tank absorbing the damage. Not for long. The bullet time lines them up, and it's 4 versus 5 in front of the Dragon. LGD may have secured time in this game.
A rare mistake from Top Esports, but a very big one. 369, not in a position to get onto the carries, and Mark escapes.
Oh, but the flash onto Peanut while he goes golden. Top Esports repositioned to find him. He's over the wall and he's out, but Lungxing has gone way too deep without the rest of LGD. They've got minions channeling into their base. Knight has a TP. It's 4 versus 4, and Knight could make the game-ending play.
Oh, he got the hook onto JackieLove,
That's big. Onto the 80 carry, but he backs away. Knight goes into the gauge. He doesn't need to backdoor because Top Esports wanted this fight all along. Xie tried, but JackieLove's damage blows the game apart.
They rip through LGD. They tear through this series, and Top Esports will pour themselves up to the top of the table.
They give us one hell of a ride as Knight TPs into the base. It's a 2-0, but it felt nothing like it. LGD may be going home with a defeat, but boy oh boy did they show us what they're capable of. And did Top Esports establish that they're still the best TAM LPL team in summer.
Amazing play from Top Esports. Finding these great flanking teleports for 369. Getting themselves in a position where Knight is huge. JackieLove is flying into the back line to kill everyone. And Top Esports, this is why they are the best team in the LPL right now.
You see that raw individual talent. How things can turn on a dime. When you're against Top Esports, you make one mistake and you pay for it. We're stuck in a 4 versus 4. We thought the hook was great, but then everything turns around, whether it's Knight or JackieLove. Simple as that. Top Esports with another 2-0. And they're now at the top of the standings, undefeated, the only team without a loss here in 2020 Summer.
And incredible performances throughout them in this series. Game number 1, they were able to keep LGD at arm's length and just play around JackieLove and Knight. Then we get into game 2, and it's, okay, we want yous right in our face. We want to be in on top of you. We want to dive in, get aggressive, show the 2 very different styles of League of Legends that we can play, and it comes out beautifully. Knight, massive on this Silas. JackieLove great, looking great on Kai'Sa, and 369 going back towards these tanks, able to find the perfect setups over
I mean, in that last fight, he was caught out, and it was quite amazing, but Lungxing did the same thing. Went in without anyone from LGD, was stuck in a 4 versus 4, and it's that individuality, whether it's from supports, mid, 80 carry jungle, etc.
It was that really nice pillar from Kai'Sa. So as Lungxing jumped in, there was a pillar from Kai'Sa that stopped anyone else from Top Esports being able to follow up, so they can deal with this monkey that's going wild in the midst, and then turn towards the rest of it. But I gotta call out, I mean, I was expecting an ultimate from Xie at some point to reset as everyone jumped in, but I don't even think he got a chance because
I mean,
everyone just blew up.
Here's the problem with Xie in that series is it doesn't matter if it was Azir or Cassiopeia, the ultimates were not as impactful as the other mid laner, right? Whether it was on the Karma or the Silas, Knight that game had better ultis. And it was that mid versus mid that seemed to be the biggest turn in this matchup.
And this is why Knight is touted as amazing as he is. It's not a case of, okay, we can stick him on Karma, Lissandra, we can stick him now onto the Silas, we can put him onto Assassins, we can put him onto Control Mages. It does not matter with this guy. He is going to come out looking amazing. The only person he's ever talked about struggling against is Rookie. And I don't blame him, because Rookie's a beast in unto himself.
Well, Rookie's up in that discussion, right?
But Knight is controlling and matching that pace now, and then not only having that super aggressive style we know Rookie for, but also a plethora of other champions and styles that he can bring in.
It's kind of incredible that we're at this point in 2020 where Like Xie, who was considered one of the better mid laners when everyone remembers WE 2017 semi-finals at Worlds, Xie was considered one of the top tier mid laners. Knight has come in, and the past couple of years have been all about him, and Rookie and Duanby fits in that mix as well in a very different style. Knight is right now considered #1 firmly by everyone, and then Rookie slotted into #2 quite firmly as well. That's how crazy mid lane talent is when you have all these other big names under them that don't compare because of the individual skill and talent that people like Knight provide.
Yeah, and look, I mean, across the board here, everyone on top looks incredible. Yuanju, we highlighted him as well. How much more confident he looks on this roster. We're seeing amazing play from JackieLove once again. I mean, even look, that hook hitting at the end meant absolutely nothing because, well, it was more of a bait for LGD.
Because, you know, we saw flaws, and let's be real. We did see mistakes from even people like JackieLove ulting in when he shouldn't have, or, you know, getting caught out. But it's when you come back and you see that next team fight that everything looks crisp, right? Where top esports, sure, they can make mistakes during regular seasons about how they firm up towards the end and go against some of these other big teams. But I think in this series, like, it's super hard to give an MVP.
Yeah.
Casa deserves it. Some of those pillars were magnificent. Stopping the bullet time mid was huge. JackieLove had big moments. Knight towards the end as well. Like, it's so hard. And even if LGD won this game, you'd be like, who do you give MVP to? Peanut had some, you know, good crisp moments. Kramer was pretty big throughout this whole series as well. It's super hard because this is what happens when we get to top tier of the LPL. We start seeing teams that are almost evenly matched. In this case, top esports a bit above. And you start questioning, all right, is it just within our league or in the whole world? Are these players so damn good?
And I think Munchables brought up a good point the other day was the ability for a player, it's talked about in other esports, the clutch performance of players, being able to, in that high pressure situation, perform to your very best and bring it back from the brink. And I look at both these teams, but in particular top esports, I can look at any one of these guys and think, I see the clutch player. I see the moment where they can bring it back from the brink. And I think that's why top esports are so devastating to play against. Because even if you fall behind, there's always that what if. When you can't count them out. And I think that's what makes the great teams of the LPL is they can fall behind, but they're never out.
And if one member of that roster fails, there's always someone else who takes over the plate, right? We got a highlight of JackieLove here. Of course, JackieLove will lead to the MVP. And I believe this was early on. This is where top esports took such a big lead. I thought, oh no, this is not going to be like game #1. But eventually it channeled down and JackieLove started to roll with the blows.
And it was incredible team fighting throughout from top esports that set up JackieLove and playing again on this knife's edge. Getting in, getting the damage down, allowing them to kill off Kramer and Peanut in that clip before he flashes out. And here again, always playing to where he can just about eke out enough damage. Going forward here aggressively to start things off, and then the killer instinct straight in. Nearly manages to finish off, actually does manage to finish off Peanut, but this is what I mean. It's constantly just getting on the minute edge.
This was the last fight, if I'm not mistaken, and that kick from Knight. I'm sorry, we're highlighting JackieLove here. I know he's MVP, but Knight that game, but just as well deserves it.
You called us. Everyone on top esports looked amazing, but not JackieLove in particular has been incredibly crucial to the victories for top esports. And I think it's not only a case of his performance, it's the non-tangibles that he brings as well, because clearly this guy, the shot caller for the team, he's the one that's controlling, he's the one that's dictating how top esports are approaching the Rift, and that's why I think and oftentimes we kind of underestimate just how much of an impact he has had on top esports, because look at them, the start of spring to now, that's incredible for just one player.
They went from being, you know, the second best team, maybe, and we thought third, fourth, where do they slot into, now we're so confident they're first with the way they're performing, with teams like FPX going back and forth a bit, with IG finding form, then losing it, finding it, losing it, you know, IG things. There's one thing that remains the same, and it's that top esports are ramping up to be the best team in summer, ramping up to be the third time in a row world champions, just saying. I mean, I think at this point, let's be honest, if anyone said, hey, what team are we going to look at that could be potential for world champions, let's start with top esports.
And I mean, if you put either of these teams forward for the LPL, they're going to be incredible at Worlds. Like, we got to say, this is why we love watching this region. The caliber of players, teams, the level of play is incredible. And I mean, watch this series and tell me that you are not excited to see these teams face off.
I mean, I just hope that my statements this early on, you know, like saying V5 are going to Worlds, I mean, that one's
crazy.
crazy.
Just clip it and play it back to him later.
Top esports, like, this is the problem is in 2019 summer, we thought this is a team that'll make 3rd seed, 2nd seed at Worlds. It didn't happen. They got beaten out by IG. And it's crazy in the LPL. It can be so back and forth. Top esports just need to maintain this form, and then, yes, I'll feel the confidence in them going to Worlds. But we're going to get there first. 7 more weeks to go here in the LPL. And if you missed out what happened here today, well, rewind. LGD Top Esports is your series. My recommendation, do not watch the first series.
Rewind about 2 hours.
Do not watch the first series. It's done. OMG beat DMO. That's it. Park it away. Never again. But Top Esports LGD, watch it 5 times.
Yeah, especially that first game was absolutely incredible. But what a delightful series to finish our day off with.
It was really 0 to 100%, wasn't it? We warmed up in this one for sure, but looks like red side of the rift at the very least on the placements for standings. Looks pretty good. And speak of which, if you want to see what's happening tomorrow, because our English broadcast week has started today, tomorrow's Sunday, IG EDG, that's our match of the week. And that one, you know, 2 of the older organizations, IG, one of the oldest organizations since 2011, and EDG, the team that was first from 2015 onwards, that won the first ever MSI, going head to head.
Yeah, and I mean, EDG bringing out some new styles, some fresh styles that we're excited to see how they can do, especially when you're tested against IG, because if you've got any gaps in your play, IG will certainly find them, so that is definitely a series you do not want to miss.
Also, Suning and Rogue Warriors could be very bloody as well. It's Huan Fong versus Zhang Wuji, so that could be exciting, especially when Suning and Rogue Warriors are trying to get through the gap of middle of the league. In the LPL, our standings are pretty tight, but I can tell you one thing for sure, Top Esports now sitting 4-0 at the top. They're first. LGD will be second now, sitting alongside the likes of V5 and RNG. So, again, this was a series I was looking forward to, and I'm glad it delivered.
It delivered massively. And I think even though LGD weren't able to pick up the win, we can at least see that these are a serious contenders in the LPL, and we do now have to start respecting them, because one of the big question marks for me coming into this series was, do they just get exploited and explode? Because you didn't really know how far ahead they were or where they were in the pack, because we've seen them against, well, some of the lower down teams. We haven't seen a huge amount from them. So now, though, we get an actual view of, okay, LGD belong with the big dogs in the LPL.
Just remember, they're coming up against IG on Tuesday, Suning the Wednesday after, and then in week 6, JDG. So that's going to be a test for them, see how LGD go. BLG on Wednesday for Top Esports, EDG Friday, LNG after that. That's their schedule. And that's it for us today, Dagda. Thank you to him. Thank you to our English production team. And thank you for joining us here for our 2-2-0s. It is bye for now, but not forever. See you tomorrow.
is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in